And we are live here on Plus One EXP's Roll for Content channel. My name is Tony Vicinda. I am Chief Alchemist here at Plus One EXP, which is a weird little brand that multi-classes in tabletop game design, beard, and skincare alchemy in the Bardic College of Content Creation. Our hope and desires to help amazing designers even find great players who love their games, and amazing players find great designers whose games they can love. We do that in a lot of different ways, but the most fun way is to sit down with those designers to play those games. It's exactly what we're doing tonight, and it's what I'm very excited about. We've been talking about this game for a while. I've been excited to sit down and play it. I'm going to gush on this GM before I hand it over to him for a little bit, and this designer, one of my favorite writers, an award-winning creator who contributed to Trophy, Dark, and the entire Trophy. Do you have words in every book, Michael? Of Trophy?
I do.
There you go.
Yeah.
The person who wrote all of Trophy, Jesse Ross, is just a pseudonym that they go by sometimes when writing. No, Michael Van Vliet, Signal Station. But also, I've got a chance to play games with Michael, watch Michael run this game and other ones. Not only are they a great designer, they are a phenomenal GM, and there's a lot of just tremendous things that they do that I don't know if all of them will come across on a streamed game, but I tremendously hope they do, because I think Michael's way of commanding a table is something that is incredibly impressive, and I've had the pleasure to sit at them and then just creepily watch them from the side also too at events as well.
So creepy.
Yeah, super excited to sit down, play Die Grave Robber Die, which is our adventure zine releasing from RPG Zine Club this month. What's RPG Zine Club, you ask in the chat? Maybe, who knows? It's an initiative to help build more sustainable processes for getting games into publication and play. Every single month, we find designers that we love, especially emerging voices, where possible, and we make one of their games a physical reality. Sometimes those are games that have just been in manuscript phase, like this month's story game Prima Donna, or they're games that have existed digitally and we are just helping give physical form to, like Die Grave Robber Die. So if you want to go check it out, want to help support amazing different creators from all around the globe, or just get some really great games, you should do it. I'm assuming that it's just the lag is the reason that Dan is asking what RPG Zine Club is. But Dan, just go to rpgzine.club. The entire thing is spelled out for you there. Just put in your credit card information. Don't worry about it. It'll all work out in the end.
Directly into the chat.
Yeah.
So, yeah, go ahead and just.
And we'll set you up.
We'll take care of everything.
Oh no, they're getting recursive in chat. With that said, I talked about it a little bit, but Michael, why don't you tell people who you are, what you do? Tell us a little bit more about Die Grave Robber Die.
Thank you so much, Tony. Hi, everybody. My name is Michael Van Vliet. I use he, him pronouns, and I've been writing RPG stuff for a couple of years now. As Tony mentioned, I contributed to the Trophy core set, which is kind of like the first big break that I had in role-playing. While we were drafting that, I got inspired to take the base Trophy rules and convert it to a Weird West setting, and came out with a scenario called Devil Aim For Me, which has proven to be fairly popular. Lots of people love strapping on 6 guns and taking on a haunted West and a devil-aided criminal. Yeah, so I've just been self-publishing some stuff. I've also been writing quite a bit for the Gauntlet community, which is just a fantastic community of creators. Jason Cordova has got a murderer's row of talent collected and contributing to his games, including folks who hang out under the banner of Cold Hearth Collective. There's Gabriel Robinson, for example, who wrote the Silt Versus game with Jason. That just came out this year. Jason put out public access. For both of those games, I've written scenarios and contributed. I've written mysteries for Brindlewood Bay, and probably a bunch of other stuff that I'm forgetting because there's lights and a camera and I'm under pressure. But that, I don't know, Google me, maybe that'll work. It probably won't. I think you're going to find a lawyer, and then there's a basketball player who shares a last name who gets a lot more results than me. So
yeah, you got to work on that SEO. Hit the court.
Yeah. I got one area to work on.
Awesome. Well, I'm super excited to play with you both this game, but I love what you write. Some of my favorite moments have been people coming up and telling me, "Oh, I'm going to run this game," and then being able to tell them at Big Bad Con, "Oh, that creator is here and running around, you should absolutely say hi, and I'll let them know that you'll do it. People absolutely love your adventures. I'm super excited to play one as well. Let's meet the other folks we're playing with. Keegan, why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, where they can find you online?
Yeah, hi. I'm Keegan at EXE. I design games, and I'm co-own Plus One EXP. We're a weird little brand that multi-classes on tabletop game design, beer and skincare, alchemy, and the Bardic College of Content Creation. Yeah, I use they/them pronouns. I think that's my whole intro.
Awesome. Mark?
Yeah, I'm Mark. I go by he and them. I also design games, play games, run games all the time. You can find me online everywhere at my last name, Majcher.
Awesome. I am super excited to dive in, but before we do that, we always like to have a little conversation about the focus of the game as well as safety. So we have a couple standard tools we use here on stream to make sure everything stays on track and to make sure everyone stays comfortable. Those are lines, fails, the X card, and an open door policy. Lines are things that may happen in the world of the game, but they don't happen while we're playing it. They're off limits. They don't come up as we play. We have veils, which are things that may come up, but they're only addressed within a certain context. That might be mentioning them and moving on, fading to black, fast forwarding, or just only addressing them within certain limitations. And so then the last thing we have is the X card, which is the ability to say X or type it into the chat to pause the game, identify an issue. We'll pull that out and move forward in a different direction, but we may update our lines and veils as we do that. The reason I went through that a little bit faster than we normally did is because the character keeper we're using from Ben Arctosaur is absolutely amazing and has the safety things built right into it. So our normal lines for the channel as well as the other veils, people have been able to go through and pre-select which ones what things we're comfortable with, what things we're not. But we also are going to use cats, which stands for something that Michael is going to tell you as he walks us through it right now.
Absolutely. Welcome, feline friends, to CATS. CATS is an acronym that stands for concept, aim, tone, and subject matter. Lest you think I have this memorized, I don't. It's on a big screen right over here, which is why I'm turning this way. So this allows us to give an overview of what the game is to make sure we're all on the same page and no one is signing up to play a game they actually don't want to play. So what is the concept of Die, Grave Robber, Die? It is a one-shot that uses Trophy Dark's rules. And as such, it inherited a lot of the tone of Trophy Dark. Trophy Dark is a role-playing game about a group of doomed treasure hunters who are entering the haunted spaces of the world. That is also true of this little scenario. Instead of treasure hunters, the characters will actually have one specific goal, but they still need money to make their lives better. There's a bit of desperation to all of them. So we are going to tell the story of the last adventure they set out on. It is a play-to-lose game. When we create our characters, we don't have to create them with any great amount of depth because we build them as we play. So we start with just a couple of character sketch details and then discover the rest of our character through the scenario. They journey deeper and deeper into danger. They have a reason that compels them to go further when a normal person would say, you know what, I'm going home. Not our characters. We're driving them like we stole them, and we're going to find out how this adventure ruins them in some way. Maybe they will not survive, or maybe they'll be so changed by it that they will never go on adventure again. So what is the aim? What are we trying to accomplish? We just want to tell the best story possible for these characters, to find the most interesting trouble to get them into, to touch the gross thing, to go into the dark room that has weird noises in it that you don't want to go into, all sorts of stuff. Because we know from the jump, none of them are getting out of this in one piece. What's the tone? Desperate and tragic is usually the tone that we go for. There might be some light joking to relieve tension and whatnot, but generally what we're trying to do is take our characters seriously. They are going into this adventure with every belief that they can succeed at what they're doing. What we like to maintain is sort of a writer's room approach, where we, the people playing the game, have knowledge that our characters do not. And so sometimes we're going to make them make bad and interesting decisions because that allows us to tell the most interesting story. Subject matter. This game is R-rated. If there are any kids in the room and you don't want to cover their eyes and ears the whole time, you might want to find something else for them to do. Because this die, grave robber, die, as the name implies, means there's some grave robbing, which means there's some dead bodies. There's some gross stuff that's going to happen. It's all part and parcel of the scenario. Because we went over all the safety tools, we know that none of the gross stuff we're going to touch on is the kind of bad gross stuff that would ruin our play experience. Each of us at the table is more important than the game. That's why we also have the open table. If any of us just feel like, you know what, this is too much for me right now, you can leave. No questions asked, no hard feelings. Same with throwing up the X card. I encourage anybody at the drop of a hat to let me know if the story has gone in a direction that you really find objectionable, and we can just stop, rewrite it, find a new way to do it. The game's not on rails. We're all contributing and writing it as we go, which means we're not married to any particular element of it. I mean, the grave robbing thing is pretty much in there. I mean, that's right in the title. So I really... Okay, there's one non-negotiable bit, but that's why we talk about this stuff up front. And that's CATS, everybody. We've made it through the whole acronym.
We petted the whole feline.
From tip to tail.
From tip to tail. I'm super excited to dive in. I don't think we have anything else we need to do before that. So if you, Michael, want to take us in to Die, Grave, Robber, Die, I think we are ready.
All right. So cue the thunder machine if someone's got the big aluminum sheet. We'll flash some lights. Here, there's our lightning. Didn't know I came with special effects.
Wow.
Let's talk about...
I was going to say, Tony was right about, you know.
Holy cow. It's bringing the magic. Let's talk about our characters. When in Trophy Dark, for those who are viewing and maybe don't know the game, character creation goes super fast. You pretty much just need a name, a job, like what are they doing these days? What did they used to do? And then you find out, do they know a little bit about magic? And what is the thing that drives them to go into dangerous situations? So let's go around the horn, maybe using the character sheet from left to right. You can start off with Mark. Could you introduce us to Sybil?
Yeah, I'll be playing Sybil, she, her. Sybil is currently a medical student and used to be or I assume still is a hemophiliac, but used to be a tattoo artist. So she's skilled in alcohol, debt, medicine, and skin. She's going on this wonderful adventure because she wants to replace her failing liver with a Geist plug, probably due to the medical school related stuff. She is a little bit skilled in magic. She has 2 rituals. One is a fix. She can conjoin 2 things irreversibly, and ambient. She can quiet the area around her. Comes in handy during surgery.
Fantastic.
Keegan, don't change it. I'm watching you right now. Don't leave it.
Fine.
Introduce your character.
Yeah. I'm playing Bingo. Bingo uses they, them pronouns. They are a professional mourner. Their background is they are also a self-hating ghoul and bone eater. The little bit of magic they know is Martyr. I can touch a creature to transfer their conditions to me. And my drive is also that I want to replace my failing liver with a Geist plug.
And I saw Keegan getting in there and highlighting that. And I was like,
don't do it.
It's
Don't
so
do
much
it.
better if you both want to do that.
Yeah. That's
Maybe you're conjoined twins and you both have the same liver. No.
I was a conjoined twin last time I played a trophy game.
You don't want to get pigeonholed. They're going to make you play twins every
The
time.
twin guy.
Yeah.
I was the twin guy.
Yeah.
So I am playing Vero. He, any pronouns. Very hard to tell, I think, underneath a mat of just dirt and fur, maybe their own, maybe the rats that they have caught in their occupation as a rat catcher. But my background before I was a rat catcher, I was an ectoplasmic medium, as you sometimes transition from one to the other. And my drive is to convince my cursed dagger to choose a new owner. And so I do know a good bit about magic from my background. I have Bewitch. A creature will follow a simple command if given a gift. And bottle forces spirit into an object are the two that I have chosen for my my rituals, and that's what I got.
Great stuff. So at the outset, this is pretty much all we know about the characters. The way that I tend to write these scenarios is when you get into trouble and you start engaging with the mechanics, there's a thing called a risk roll where we find out whether you succeed or fail, but it also introduces the possibility of increasing your ruin. Now, in Trophy Dark, our characters only have one statistic, which is ruin, and it goes on a scale from 1 to 6. When you create your character, you start at 1. If you decide that you want to add any rituals, each ritual that you add adds 1. What does it mean? Well, when you hit 6 ruin, your character is lost to the darkness, and you get to tell an epilogue of their last moments of being in control of their lives and their self as they spin off into oblivion in whatever form you think is most colorful and appropriate. When your ruin starts going up, you also start getting things called conditions with a capital C. And I tend to write them in my scenarios as ways to also introduce additional backstory for the characters. So we'll try and find some stuff that's appropriate when things start going wrong for them. I think that's about all we need to know for characters and mechanics. Before we go in, anyone else have any questions before we kick things off? Start introducing Ring 1.
I think we're all good.
Yeah.
All right. Rain is falling in a fog-shrouded graveyard. The robbers who were here previously, they were clever. The grave itself still looks secure. It has a heavy iron mort safe that is still intact on a heavy marble slab. This is a metal curved cage that sits on top of the grave to prevent robbers like these from getting in from above and digging somebody up. They had made no such hasty attack on the top with shovels and pickaxes. Oh no, they were clever. Their point of entry was several yards away on the other side of a stone fence. These grave robbers, or resurrectionists, crafted a narrow tunnel from outside the graveyard, and then they traveled underground like rats until they could shatter the coffin at its head and pull the cold body out. The three of you are present in the graveyard as the family of the body who has been stolen have made this discovery and are racked with grief and shock, struggling to hold their umbrellas up while also embracing each other, save for a couple of the younger men of the family who are busy batting around an old man. This old man was one of the grave robbers, and he did not get away clean. He's too old for this game, really, and you see him getting wheeled around with furious blows to his head, trying to keep his spindly arms up to protect himself, getting knocked down into the mud and kicked. The young bravos are shouting, "Where is the body? Where did they take it?" The family wants blood. They want black eyes, cracked bones and teeth. Above all else, they want revenge. The thief wipes mud out of their mouth and wails, "We were supposed to take the body to Dr. Galfani, to the Flayed House," and he begs for mercy. Sybil, as a medical student, you know the name Dr. Galfani.
Mm-hmm.
He's a medical scholar and a butcher, a wealthy misanthrope rarely seen whose Flayed House blights the sloping hill above the town. I think a member of the family, old Arto, one of the patriarchs, looks your way. What is it about the way that you dress that gives away that you're associated with the medical college and might have some sort of a connection to Dr. Galfani?
I carry a instead of a medical bag, like a satchel that has not only the books that I'm currently studying, but a few bits of equipment here and there that I might use for impromptu first aid or whatnot.
I think Arto sees your satchel.
And maybe it's stained with blood or something else after a
Sure,
lively night.
that's fun. Then maybe Arto even he's got a bald head and a long vulture-esque nose, and you see him like sniff your way and say, "There's the stink of blood on you. You come closer. You're a doctor?
Soon.
I could tell. You have the cold hands. You have the dead eyes. You know about Dr. Galfani?
I've
His house?
heard of him, yes.
You know how to get there?
I do.
He opens his jacket and pulls out a fat wad of the local currency and says, "My boys, they're brave enough when kicking around an old man, but they do not have the courage to go to the Flayed House. I need professionals. I need people without fear, people dead-eyed like you, with the courage." He starts peeling notes. It says, "You go get my relative back. We find some people to go with you, some muscle."
Yeah, the eyes go wide at the money.
Bingo, as a professional mourner,
Yeah.
what brings you to the graveyard today?
Well, I think I'd heard of this body disappearing and this family here crying, and I am here to offer my services.
Fantastic. One of the matriarchs of the family, Jana, was probably before the theft was discovered, had probably been talking to you about day rates for appropriate post-burial mourning. I think that she had been talking to you about what it might cost to visit for a couple of weeks and just be seen in mourning clothes, standing there looking sad, to make it publicly visible that this person was missed. And now that the body is stolen, Jana is just racked with grief, just mascara pouring down her face. And she looks your way and says, "Have you ever heard of anything like this happening before?"
I think Bingo is sobbing as well. I just want to prove I can do a good job at mourning if they still need me in the future. So between sobs, no, I've heard nothing like this.
I think it just adds to your considerable reputation that you look as if it was your relative who was stolen, that you are in fact more broken up over this.
Yeah, I'm crying just a little louder than everybody else.
Right. Which means, Vero, your ear is caught by this grief-racked cry coming out over the sound of the graveyard. The other sounds that can be heard is a wind is taking the rain across the graveyard. And over many of the graves, there are suspended bells. And from the bells hang thin lines that go down into the earth. These are insurance policies that are used by people who are terrified of being buried alive, so that should they come to while buried, they can pull the string and ring the bell. But with the wind and the rain blowing, there are bells ringing up and down the graveyard, as if there's a crowd of people all trapped underneath the earth, desperate to get out. What brought Vero to the graveyard today?
Normally I steer clear of the graveyard just because it can be such a chatty place. But spirits don't like the rain, and it is the best spot to catch a big juicy rat. And you know, you can You can sell the meat inside, and the fur will keep you warm. And the grave tenders union pays a pretty penny for each head I bring them. And so when it's a quiet night and when it's raining, this is the best place to catch some rats.
There is a spirit here, though, that you were hoping to avoid. For some reason, the rain will keep most of them away, but this one has just been dogging you all night. Who are they to you?
It is my older sister, who really really is upset that I gave up the family lineage of being a medium, and have given myself over fully to my true passion, rat catching. And she cannot believe that I am rejecting the grand heritage of our line.
Yeah. Like as cold and dark as it already is, you feel a shiver pass through you as she does as she always does and puts her mouth entirely too close to your ear just to go, Hero, you can join this quest. All you need to do is take one good punch to your dumb fat face. Look. And a spectral hand comes over your shoulder and points, and the old man who's being battered has stopped resisting and is just in the mud. But the young man, Calmer, who had been punching him, is still looking for some place to spend his rage, and his eyes lock onto you. And he starts walking your way with some intention, and bruises lining the knuckles of his fists.
Like there's a moment at which you can watch in Vero's eyes their desire to turn and run away, but then they're like, man, there's the resignation of like, if this will get her to shut up for a night, it'll be worth it.
Here comes a fortune, she whispers into your ear, just as Calmer manages to just about break your nose and knock you onto the ground while shouting, "What did you see? Where did they go?"
The up the hill, I think. I don't know. Like, don't we know? Didn't we say this already?
At that point, the patriarch Arto grabs Calmer and sort of pulls him back and says, "This man has nothing to do with it. I'm sorry." And he crouches to you and says, "Let me make it up to you," and starts counting off bills. Like, you can do us a good turn. You have many eyes, which is how you catch the rats.
It's like
I need someone with your skills.
You know what they say. You gotta be a rat to catch a rat.
They do say that. I've said it myself. I'm saying it now. I need you, Ratman. What's your name?
Vero, but Ratman's also fine. Like,
we'll stick with Ratman. Come, I want to introduce you to a person who smells like blood.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I think Birgit also. It was Birgit, right? No, Yana. Yana was our matriarch. Also steers Bingo over to this crew that's being collected and says, "I'm not sure how I know, but I think our mourner, since your services are already paid for, probably can also help with this endeavor. But give some more money, Arto. Pull out some more money." And so there's a big fortune being lined up to pay for all of you. And Arto says, "I will give you some now and the rest when you bring the body back to us. This is agreeable?" And it is a fortune being offered. This family, they're well off enough to be guarding the graves of their relatives, to be able to pay for professional mourners. They have enough money to pay the rest of your tuition for years and probably get you started in a private practice to get you the best rat hunting equipment, or even to get out of the rat hunting field.
No, this is my passion.
So it would be better equipment.
Best rat hunting equipment is what I'm after.
Yeah. Essentially enough money to have all of you meet your drives, if this can be done. It's enough money to get a Geist plug, for that matter.
Maybe even 2.
Maybe 2, yeah.
Hard to say. I mean, they're rare. Are there even 2 in the city? Who can say?
Wait a second. You can say.
Some things are beyond even my powers. So I want to move to the next section of Ring 1 and invite us all to create the beloved, the person whose body was stolen, and figure out what other attachments we have to them. So to start with, I wrote all of this without giving a gender to them. So who has strong feelings about what gender we should identify our beloved as? Any pronouns, not picky.
I refuse to have strong feelings about a gender. I'm sorry. That's sort of my whole thing.
I'm hearing one vote for they, them.
Yeah, let's do it, them. Let's do it.
Fantastic. Keegan, for bingo.
Sure.
The beloved died tragically young, still beautiful. When you looked at them, you were torn between wanting to be around them or wanting to be them. What about their features was most charming?
Ooh. I mean, I think they just had a nice butt.
I'm writing that down.
Thanks.
Maybe it'll come up later.
Give you a lot to work with here.
Mm-hmm. What prevented you from ever speaking to them in life?
Oh, well, you know, I'm a self-hating ghoul, and I think I just didn't want to talk to someone I thought might make me happier.
That's perfectly tragic.
Yeah.
If there was a chance that they could have improved your life, you weren't interested. Great. Mark, for Sybil.
Mm-hmm.
The beloved died surrounded by loved ones. Their room was dark and their bed was soft. How was it that you were allowed entrance to this place of soft breaths and long hours?
I was called to consult. They had been wasting away by some unknown cause for a while, and as a family friend, not a full doctor who all the doctors have been useless and just said, oh, it's just ennui or whatever. So I was brought in to try to, if not determine the cause, then make the passing as gentle as possible.
So does that mean that you smuggled painkillers out of the medical school?
I believe I did, yeah.
Love it. What memento did Sybil pocket so that she'd remember what it was like, the waiting in the darkness?
A family Bible that was on the nightstand that had the beloved's name inscribed in it.
Fantastic. Tony, for Vero. The beloved was kind, kinder than most. When all had turned against you and you were at your lowest, the beloved aided you. They thought little of it, but to you it was everything. It was a gift, dignity. What persecution had you earned by your deeds, and with what kind words did they provide you shelter?
I was on the run for unlicensed soothsaying. I hadn't gotten my local papers when I arrived in town. And so the local medium and prophetic guild really had kind of whipped up a crowd against me and had been chasing me through the streets. And here's the thing: like, I knew I was supposed to get papers. Like, I know you don't speak to the dead without proper licensing, and I did it anyways. And so they were well within their rights. But they hid me behind their carriage. Like, they let me kind of crawl underneath it when they were passing by as the mob was chasing me down the street, and then afterward gave me a ride to the edge of town so I could lie low until the heat had died down.
Oh, that's fun. In a fit of selfishness, how did you end up undoing their kindness?
I read a little bit too much into it. I thought there was more there than just a kind support of a kind person. So I came back into the city the next day to bring them a bouquet of flowers that I had stolen off a grave on the outskirts of town.
Love it. So the beloved's name was Ash. Ash, like the taste in your mouth. And with that, we come to the end of Ring 1. Continuing to Ring 2. So the captured grave robber has been tied up. There are ropes lashed around his sunken chest and his white whiskered throat, and he has been convinced to lead the three of you along the escape route that had been set up. So we come back and we find the three of you walking through the grass and mud of the graveyard. Which of you is taking the lead? Who's got their hands on the ropes of this old man?
I mean, I know how to handle a rope on an animal. That's not a problem. I'll take that rope.
Fantastic. Every once in a while, you have to hold fast because he stumbles from his injuries. And at one point, you see him casually turn his face away from you and spit a tooth in a casual arc out into the grass. And he looks back your way apologetically and says, "You don't have to do this. You know, you can let me go. I know it seems like I'm having trouble, but my legs still work. I can get away if you just let me go."
Yeah. I mean, you could get away if we let you go.
So you understand.
Yeah, that's why the rope's on you.
But you could... Okay, no, I start again from the beginning. I helped rob the grave, and the family, they beat me terribly.
Yeah.
Bruises on the ribs,
yeah.
on the tooth. You saw me spit the tooth.
That was a pretty practiced spit, though.
Not my first lost tooth.
Yeah.
If I have to be honest. Why are you helping them?
Money.
They're paying us an awful lot of money. Yeah.
Why doesn't anyone do anything?
This is how they keep all of us down. They throw the money around, but all of us, we're working people. Surely you have some sort of sympathy for your peers. I am like you, really.
You're not working right now.
Yeah.
My work has been interrupted. I could get right back to it. You give me shovel, I start digging a new grave. You split whatever we find. You're looking for different work? Honorable work? Instead of working for them?
Friend, I don't think I trust you to do honorable work.
You're smarter than you look.
I get that a lot.
The way that we got out was through here. There's a receiving vault, and he sort of gives up and starts pointing the way forward. So a receiving vault is a structure that is used during winter to store dead bodies until the ground softens enough in the spring to be able to dig graves again. And he walks you right up, and you can see now that you're closer that a heavy marble door is ajar. He walks right up to the door and then just sort of nods his way in and says, "It's a tunnel. It leads right to the Flayed House.
Clever.
I've done my part. Now you can cut me free."
I mean, how do we know it leads right to the Flayed House?
One idea. Just throwing this out here. You go. You do your job. You walk to the end.
Yeah, no, for sure. But that's when we get to the Flayed House, we'll know you've done your job.
Yes. Smarter than you look.
Right.
You must be the dumb guy, he says, pointing his way to Sybil.
The doctor, for clarity.
Yeah. The doctor who has not yet uncovered a single one of their tricks.
All right. Well,
It's easy from here.
Yeah.
yeah, you can walk ahead of us then.
Yeah, you lead the way, and we'll follow.
I would love to.
Great.
I would genuinely love to. I am not one of the people getting paid to go on this little journey. So, no, I'm not doing it.
So you want us to go first?
They'll cut me in. We go rescue the body.
Wait, I mean,
Huh?
were you paid in advance?
No.
Well,
Nobody in this town pays in advance.
Right. So
You got so lucky with this family
yeah.
to
So
get anything in advance.
so if you got paid to rob a grave, and the body is up ahead of us, and this is where your employer is, and you didn't get paid in advance,
Yeah.
when we get to the end of this tunnel,
Mhm.
That will be your
and we're
payday.
there, you will get paid, and so you are already cut in.
Let me think about this, he says, and sits down by the entrance to the receiving vault. So if I go ahead of all these three idiots, and then... No, this doesn't work, because then I'm bringing you three idiots, and you're going to undo the work, and then I don't get paid for the work.
Well, we can wait till you get paid before we.
Now we see the solidarity, huh? All of us, working people, we all get paid.
You do have to keep the rope on.
I'm back out.
I mean, maybe we drag him to his employer then.
I mean, that's an
There's-
option also.
There's two places you can wind up. You can wind up leading us in here or back at the empty grave. And we could fill that in for you once you...
Yeah, there's a lot of dirt nearby.
Cool. I love the fact that you guys are trying to intimidate him. Hey, how about we use this to start playing with some of the game's actual mechanics?
Aww.
It was going to come to this eventually. Sorry.
Damn it.
everybody.
What's the point?
Here's what I want us to put together, and you can tell us who's taking lead. We're going to put together a risk roll to try and figure out how you can put the pressure on this guy. So we're looking at the character sheet right now. All of the game's mechanics for us are in a nice little sidebar. If you just mouse over risk roll, it tells us how we put together a pool of dice to determine if we succeed. So who is interested in applying pressure on our poor grave robber to convince them to take the lead?
let me check the safety tab real quick.
I was going to say, I
I
do feel like Sybil
yeah.
started this.
Yeah, I think if this is still okay, I think she does, like she was described correctly by the old man. She does have the dead eyes of someone who's spent too many late nights looking at books and bodies, and she just opens up her satchel and pulls out, a oilcloth roll, and lays it out on the ground. And I think as she's pulling out, a hemostat, a scalpel, and whatnot, is saying, "You want to be cut in? I think we can arrange that."
Love it. Fantastic.
Hold the scalpel up.
All right. So in order to do a risk roll, say when you're attempting to do a risky task, you declare what you hope will happen. And if I'm understanding correctly, what we hope will happen is this guy will blanch and become more amenable to leading the way, right? So we ask everybody else at the table, what could go wrong if this intimidation doesn't work? Some easy ideas. I think this person becomes so terrified that they faint and become completely inaccessible for a while.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that sounds great.
I would throw out that they double down on their egalitarian ideals and start composing an idea of manifesto to complete distraction to everything that we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah. Failure could also look like some of their companions come back, that some of the grave robbers were still around, and by lingering here, struggling with this guy, you leave yourselves open to some sort of an attack before you've even gotten underway.
Cool.
The
Yeah.
beautiful thing about this is any of those could happen, but they're not guaranteed to happen. We're just essentially giving the scope of what is being risked by this action. So we start by building a dice pool, and we ask, does Sybil have any skills that could be brought into play for this act of intimidation?
I think between medicine and skin, we're looking pretty good.
Yeah. So all you need is one skill to work, and we're definitely making use of that medical knowledge. You can get an additional light die if you're interested in considering a devil's bargain. A
I would
devil's
love-
bargain is a consequence that you accept in advance, essentially a complication. And the way that we frame these is we say, no matter what, X will happen. Whether you succeed or fail in the roll, we're adding a complication to the story that we're telling, but it increases the odds that you will avoid those negative consequences that we were talking about. And this is another place where we can use the writer's room approach and ask everybody at the table if they have any idea for devil's bargains of something that could happen no matter what.
No matter what, somebody from the medical school will recognize your surgical skills have been applied.
The thing I like about devil's bargains is you can go really big with them. Because we could say something like, no matter what, whether you intimidate them or not, this grave robber is in some way going to stay joined with you. A companion for the rest of the story in one way or another.
Yeah.
I love that one. Yeah, let's take that.
You gonna take that?
Yeah.
Cool. And then if we were using something like a ritual, or if we were risking mind or body, we might throw in a dark die, but I don't think that that's really called for at this point. We're still in early days. So 2 light dice, if you would, and let us know what the
Do we
highest
have a
value is.
dice roller? There it is.
There is a dice roller linked in the info tab.
Cool. All right. 2 light. That's a 5.
So with a 5, you succeed, but there is a complication. And of course, the devil's bargain kicks in. I think what happens is the complication is you do have to get a little rough with this guy. He stands up right up until the point when you draw blood, and I think the complication is Bingo starts salivating.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So you've convinced him to go ahead, but we have also awakened the ghoul in the party. He's kind of aware that there is a luscious body and blood dripping from it in a trail ahead.
God, and he has so many bones.
All inside for now, tragically. Maybe something can be done about that. So I think we're going to call this grave robber Kuldar, Kuldar. And he leads into the darkness. Says, okay, I'll go first. Follow me. And disappears ahead, the rope dragging along the dirt into the dark receiving chamber. What do you do?
Oh, I'm following so fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
right
don't want to
behind
lose lunch.
us.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised I dropped my rope with everything that just happened, and I think I kind of fall back for a second and like have to shake myself out of it before moving forward.
I think it's part of just some of the rope leash gets in the way when you're getting surgical instruments involved.
Mhm.
Yeah, but as a professional,
Sure, it's a professional lapse. Luckily, I don't think anybody noticed.
okay.
Everybody on stream noticed, and they're judging you. So it is very dark inside the receiving chamber. It looks like there are some sconces where some torches had been, but they've been taken by the grave robbers who disappeared into a tunnel that had been carved into a wall and then down into the dirt in the back. And Calder crouches there and says, I can't get in here with my hands still tied. I need to be able to crawl.
I'll undo the knot.
He says, he gives a rakish little salute that puts a splash of blood on his forehead. Says, I am a man of my word. And then starts crawling down into the darkness. What do you do?
Gonna take off my hat so it doesn't get muddy. Then I'll crawl behind him.
Yep. I'm right behind Bingo.
It does look like there's going to be no way of getting out of this without getting a little filthy.
Yeah. I just want to keep my hat clean as long as I can.
So the hat is coming with you, or it's being left in the receiving vault?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, I'll leave it in the receiving vault.
Oh, we're gonna regret that later.
Man, it's the first big tough choice of the game.
It really is. It's the hat I haven't described till now.
The label hero gets tossed around a lot in the modern era, and it kind of cheapens it. But I think in this case, it's called for.
Yeah.
So the three of you are crawling along these lightless soil walls along the sides that you could reach out and touch both sides. And Koldar gets a distance ahead of you and then tells you that you have to hold up because there's a trap that he needs to get rid of. And so the three of you are stuck on your hands and knees in the dark, hearing him rustle around with something up ahead. And the tunnel, it doesn't actually run straight. You actually had to crawl for a little bit, and it's gone down and has probably dipped below the local water table because sometimes your hands and knees have gone through these shallow, disgusting puddles, and there's the smell of fungal damp in your nose. The walls drip. And Sybil, you can actually... You wonder how close to the surface are you? Because you could swear that if you cock your head the right way, you could hear conversation as if it's coming through the soil from something up ahead.
Does it sound like our friend is talking to someone, or is it from somewhere
it doesn't sound like there's not high emotions, but there's somebody talking just up through the mud wall. Can't quite make out what is being said and can't quite understand from where the tunnel is going where you could possibly be, where you could be hearing something. It's very strange. What do you do?
I think I just kind of press myself up and press my ear into the dirt ceiling and see if I can get closer to the source of the sound. It's like mud caked on the side of my face, but
the words feel like they're starting to become clear, and then all of a sudden you feel the pitter-patter of like dirt, and then something with entirely too many legs squirms its way into your ear. But now the voice is very clear. What is this? What is this bug telling you?
It's telling me that it's it's telling me that we're not alone.
think what it is there's a species of multi-legged bug that lives here in the graveyard ecosystem, and every little bit of body that it eats, it absorbs a little bit of soul, a little bit of humanity, and a little bit of spirit. And that means that in a way they are sort of adjacent to the spirit realm. And this bug in your ear is telling you that Vero has a spirit riding with them. It's weird. It's one bug, but it's like they have many voices, like a small crowd is all talking. It's like having a cafe conversation in your head, but there is a consensus in the chorus that you have made a mistake in coming here with them. That in fact, they came with invisible backup and will almost certainly betray you.
Shoot a look back at them. I clearly don't see anything, but
I say, those are the juicy ones.
You hear the all clear from Calmer saying that you guys can continue to go forward until he starts shouting and says, back up, back up, back up, back up. And far ahead in the dim light that you can see, there are little red reflections, tiny little eyes, and a wave of fleeing rats that are coming down the tunnel towards all of you.
Excellent.
Time to shine.
Trapped in a small tunnel with a stampede of rats coming your way. What do you do?
I look to Vero.
Same.
Oh my gosh. Everybody always wants me to save the day. So we've got a classic rat swarm happening here.
Classic.
You know, I'm pretty familiar with rats and traps
And rat storms.
and rat swarms. Thank you very much.
Mine was better.
Storms are much more complicated. It requires rat evaporation first before. Yeah, so I'm pretty. This is not my first time being trapped underground in a rat swarm. Do I get the sense this was part of the trap? Is this a naturally occurring rat swarm?
I don't think you have time to tell before they're about to be on you. Speculation will probably have to come with hindsight.
Oh, I mean, I'm not worried. I mean, like I'm covered in the bodies of their dead friends and family, and so either they're taking me out or I'm taking them out. So, yeah, and I believe I'm towards the rear right now because I paused, and so I'm not backing up. So these things are absolutely going to hit us and swarm all over us.
Yeah, did we say that Bingo was in the lead?
Bingo's absolutely in the lead.
In the lead at this point in time. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think you only have a couple of moments to react as you hear Koldar screaming and rolling around up ahead.
Yeah.
Before the rats reach you.
The only thing I can think to do in this moment is try to act like a rat so they avoid me.
Interesting.
What
does that look like? To give a performance where you embody
where I embody a rat? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. The obvious question here. I'm going to skitter to my best ability. And I'm going to make rat sounds.
Rat sounds. Yeah. I gotta say, this sounds like a risk roll to me. This is some pretty risky behavior.
I don't see why you think that. This feels pretty cut and dry. Yeah, no, risk roll.
This is honestly for the benefit of those watching the stream. Like, obviously, we know that we could sort this out
obviously
narratively, but we want to show off the mechanics.
Sure, system matters. We get it.
Trophy notoriously just lets you just talk your way through every encounter.
So we would give a light die if you have a skill related to your occupation or your background. It sounds like you're going with
performance.
Performance.
Yeah.
Yep. Which I gotta say, I love Are we interested in hearing Devil's Bargains?
I feel like I could use one, so yes.
Cool. First, let's establish what could go wrong here from everybody else at the table. Let's say, I mean, it's silly even to ask this question, but what happens if this performance doesn't just nail it and convince these rats that Bingo is a fellow rat?
I think the real worry isn't that I'm not going to perform rat well. I think it's that I'm going to perform rat too well, and they're going to think I'm a large enemy rat, and they will bite me as such.
Yeah.
Wait, let me look at the safety tools before I.
I love to hear that.
Yeah.
I think the question is also, do they think you are a rat? And Keegan, if you're okay with it, they view you as a potential mate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's great. Perfect.
Yep.
Sure, that's a big fail condition.
Or a potential home. They can not only bite but start gnawing their way in and using you as a rat sack.
That's not even a bad thing. I would just allow that.
Become rat.
Become rat. Yeah.
Be rat so well. Become rat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we have some ideas about some things that could go wrong. Now let's talk about whether Keegan wants to consider something that will definitely happen as a complication no matter what. Keegan, you are welcome to accept or reject any of these Devil's Bargains. They'll give you a light die if you go for it. And I will say it's probably pretty important to get that clean success with a 6 on any of the dice that you throw, because this is a mess.
Yeah. I get why you would think it's a mess.
All right. So Devil's Bargains, no matter what, ...
No matter what, in the chaos, your ritual is triggered, and some conditions from the rats are transferred to you, whether it's ratness or some disease they carry or anxieties they have about their home life or whatever rats think about.
Just rat anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
It's the worst kind.
That's so good.
You'll succeed, but no matter what, at an inopportune moment in every ring after this one, a rat will emerge from your body at an inopportune moment.
Oh God, those
That's
are both
great.
so good is the problem. We're gonna go with I'll trigger my ritual and become a transfer some of the rat condition to myself.
Nice.
Fantastic. Yeah, and because the Devil's Bargain is touching on a ritual, and also because this is a genuinely terrifying thing, I'm going to say throw in a dark die as well for the risk to body and mind. So you're going to have 2 light dice and 1 dark dice. And what you really want is a 6 on any of them. Did you find the dice roller okay?
I did. I'm rolling in it right now. And I got 2 5s. Yeah. I rolled a 5. You can add a dark die and re-roll, it says. But
yeah, if you want that 6, you can roll 2 light dice and 2 dark dice and try again to get that clean success. It's up to you.
We are going to try again because I would like to succeed. I rolled a 6 dark. If this is higher, your ruin goes up by 1.
Yes. This is pretty much the best thing that could have happened at this point in the story that we're telling. Okay, so to summarize, you got a full success. So describe to us what it looks like when you perform in such a way that you survive the rat swarm, and then we'll figure out the rest.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm on my hands and knees basically in this little area we're in, and I am skittering around. I am skittering. I think it's the noise rats make. I had rats for years. I should know better. But I do think they get up to me and they're just genuinely confused and they continue another direction.
Lovely. Though at least one of them does manage to touch your hand during your performance. And I think the condition that they transfer to you is a deep and abiding hatred of rat catchers.
Yeah. I already had that. That's nothing new.
Well, it's a new intensity level, I guess.
Okay, cool,
more
cool.
more immediate.
Keegan
Yeah.
writes X2 on their character sheet.
Perhaps focused on a particular rat catcher who you were stuck in a tunnel with.
Yeah.
And this means since your ruin has gone up by 1, so you're at 3, this means that we get to introduce a condition. So just give me 1 second to take a look. Conditions they accompany ruin increase, and then in the scenarios that I write, I tend to write them so that they have tiering, so that as your ruin goes up, they will get worse along with your ruin.
And let me say, this is one of my favorite things about Michael's writing specifically. There's some of this in the Wassailing, but also Die Grave Rubber Die and some of your other stuff. This is just your conditions are incredibly enjoyable to watch evolve and play.
I am going to give you the condition, Keegan.
Mm-hmm.
The bell tolls for thee.
Sure.
And what we're revealing is you're a driven individual, so you're not going to let a little thing like dying slow you down. But you can feel it coming. A cold grip on your bones, muscles tightening as rigor sets in. For now, your fists can beat some flexibility back into your flesh, bending stiff limbs when they won't behave. But it's going to be an ongoing struggle.
Cool.
So I think something about the way that this rat swarm and the magic has interacted has done something terribly wrong to you physically, and you are now approaching death.
Yeah, I'm too old to be scooting around on the ground like this.
Yeah. With the benefit of hindsight, maybe realizing that something like your beautiful hat was too delicate to be going on this adventure might have been a hint that even you yourself should perhaps have stayed above ground. But it's too late. Too late now. Now your eyes are a little red rimmed like a rat's, and you are keenly aware of...
I have dark vision is what I'm hearing.
Let's say yes. Sure. That sounds fun. Another thing that the rats have given you is an awareness of how to navigate this tunnel. The rats, of course, continue back, sweeping past Bingo and onto Sybil. Sybil, what are you doing? Your little whispering bug in your ear.
Freaking out.
Makes sense.
I'm down for dead bodies. These living rats are not my jam at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I think just kind of curling into a fetal ball, covering my soft bits and praying for them to pass.
It's a bold play. Let's see if it works. I want to do a quick risk roll. So curling into a ball doesn't really call upon any of your skills.
I don't think it does, no.
Which means we start the risk roll with 0 dice and no chance of success.
Yeah.
You can get a light die by accepting a devil's bargain, and we'll go ahead and give you a dark die for nothing, because this is terrifying. Are you interested in hearing a devil's bargain?
I would love to hear them, yes.
Cool. So no matter what happens,
given your background as a hemophiliac,
Yep,
I feel like no matter what happens, you're gonna bleed a little, and that's not gonna be great for you.
Yeah, it's weeping blood everywhere. Yeah, it's a good one.
No matter what happens, one is going to bite deeply into your hand, causing it to swell with infection.
That's pretty good.
I think I'm going to go with the bleeding one.
Yeah, let's kick in the hemophilia.
Yeah.
All right, so 1 light die for being a hemophiliac and bleeding, 1 dark die for general terror, and we'll see where it takes us.
All righty. That's it. Roll. That's a 2 and a 2. Dark high.
Oh, no.
No chance.
When the dark die matches your highest value, you don't get to re-roll.
Yeah.
And a 2 is just a straight up failure. So you fail and things get worse. I think that what happens is the confused and angry rats that have managed to pass by Bingo's performance take their wrath out on you as the next target, even curled over. And you're just covered with a carpet of these biting rats. As we discussed, the hemophilia makes everything worse. You're bleeding into all of your clothes. That's increasing their fury. And I think that the way that it gets worse on top of all that is now we let Bingo know that there's an opportunity here. The smell of blood just fills this tunnel.
Yeah, I see my brethren biting into him. I knew where this was going.
Mhm.
Are we asking if I would like to also take a bite? Because
Yeah, I think that's what we're asking here.
yeah, I would absolutely love to also skitter back and get a bite out of Sybil.
Fantastic. This would allow us to potentially introduce another trophy mechanic, which is the contest roll, which is what happens when two players are going head to head and trying to fight over the same outcome. Namely, will Sybil get really chewed up, or will Bingo be fought off in the dark? And if they're lucky, mistaken for more rats.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky. It'll get pretty awkward if Sybil recognizes who it is that is also trying to bite, since the array of teeth are sort of in a broader pattern if we were going by bite recognition. All right, so in a contest roll, we first agree what's at stake, right? Gosh, it's so early to put death on the line.
Well, it also doesn't sound like we're debating essentially whether or not you will get a bite necessarily. Maybe we are.
I think that maybe the stakes are like a bite and getting away with it.
A bite and yeah, it sounds like a bite is probably happening no matter what. It is.
Yeah.
Are you getting away with biting?
Yeah. Is it a surreptitious bite?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just want a
let
little
me
bit
just
of
check
flesh.
those safety tools.
Where were the safety tools when it came to cannibalism? I think we're good.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Highlighted, no less.
Yeah.
It was
I
something
highlighted
we
the
were
ones that I
worried
was
about.
pretty sure were going to come up. And sure enough, once
Here we
there's a
are.
ghoul in the party, cannibalism's on the table.
Given that circumstance, I might offer, even though they're not at 5 ruin, it sounds almost more like a reduction roll.
It does.
Not that they would be reducing it, but that they're checking to see if they're not getting caught or not. I don't know how you want to work that, but
yeah, I had the same thought as I was saying it out loud when it's, are you getting away with it?
Yeah.
But I think that the fact that there is an active PC in opposition means that contest is still the better fit.
Cool.
It's also...
Don't worry, I will bite more people as the session goes on.
Yeah.
Don't worry,
no
this
worries,
won't be the
no
last
worries
time.
there.
It's also nice and very dangerous, which you need when you have a compressed one shot for what is ordinarily a longer game. Normally, contest rolls start coming up towards the end of the scenario. So for both combatants, you can get a light die if anything in your occupation or background would give you some sort of an advantage. And that just caps out at 1 light die.
Yeah, I would argue my skill of hunger is
I will just go with skin.
Perfect.
You know what? Incredible.
Love it. You can also add 1 light die for each mark of ruin that you currently have.
So 4 light dice.
Yep. And then you can add a dark die if the contest is inherently dangerous. I would say yes. You each get 1 free dark die. And then take as many additional dark dice as you are willing to risk to come out on top in this contest. Just be aware, we're going to determine who wins based on how many 6s you roll. And if there aren't any 6s or there's a tie, then we go down. However, for each dark dice that comes up with a 1, your ruin goes up by 1.
Sure.
So you can super fuel the chance of coming out on top, but you may also see your ruin go up as well, and that get worse.
Yeah, I'm ready. Should I hit roll?
All right, let's do it. Oh,
1-6 from Sybil, and 3 1s. No, yeah,
mhm,
3
yep,
1s.
right on it. Boom.
And then
And-
1-6 from me, and only 1-1.
Okay, so we have a tie for 6s. So to figure out who succeeds, we go down to 5s, and there is
Mhm.
1-5 apiece. We go down to 4s. There
And
is
I'm the
1-4
only
apiece.
4. Oh no,
I
No.
got
There's
it.
one four
Yeah.
piece, yeah.
And then I think Sybil wins on number of
Threes.
threes.
Threes,
Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
correct, yeah.
Cool.
rip.
So, Sybil, what does adding 3 to your ruin take you to?
That takes me to 6 ruin. Right out of the gate.
This might be a record for a trophy.
Look, we
dart
told you
game
we were
that I
going to
run.
speed run it. You just didn't know how.
Yeah, man.
It turns out that a rat-bitten hemophiliac doesn't do good in a
Yeah,
fist
it's not
fight.
going to last super long down there. But
So-
you don't get a bite of me, or I don't know, or I do notice. I don't. Yeah, whichever way.
Oh, you
So-
notice.
I notice. All right. The last thing I see.
So Sybil does succeed in this fight, but I think that this is going to cause them to break in some way, shape, or form. So Mark will
Mhm.
ask you to narrate Sybil's last moments as they come out on top in this struggle. And then, of course, we still want you in the game. Trophy Dark does have mechanics that allow people to continue to participate, because we're still going to have questions for risk rolls like what bad thing could be happening, and we
Mhm.
need devil's bargains. But Sybil is leaving.
Yeah. I think the way she leaves is, the rats themselves are enough. I think I see Bingo takes a bite out of my shoulder, and that.
Can I add to
that
this for you
scares
real
me.
fast?
Please do, yeah, please do.
Because the thing I actually want to go for is your liver.
Yes, great. Fantastic.
Oh.
Perfect. It's no good. I'm warning you, but
I didn't know that yet.
yeah, and I think when he does that, that's when the voices go from hearing people's voices talking to me to the voice of every rat that is there, and my mind just goes full rat. It is not a performance. Whatever I have to do to Bingo to get out of there, I do. And I think the last we see of Sybil is her skittering down the tunnel with the rest of the rats to become one of them.
Leading the horde after. I love that. That's such a great way to end up. And now I'm sure that there are stories told of the mysterious graveyard doctor who appears sheathed in rats
and blood.
Yeah, just a horrifying story to force your kids to go to sleep at a reasonable hour. About how if they don't start behaving, they're going to meet Dr. Sybil.
Rest in peace, Sybil.
Fantastic.
Wow, R.I.P.
Rat in peace.
Rat
Yeah.
in peace. Rats
Love
eat
it.
players.
Can't
Wait,
believe one little bite caused someone to break this bad.
You've bitten so many people and never had that reaction before.
They usually hold up a little.
She knows how germy the human mouth is.
Oh, that's
It's
fair.
not okay with her.
It's because she was a doctor.
Yep.
All right, so I think we'll spin forward in time a little bit with our rats disappearing down side tunnel and get Bingo and Vero and our grave robber Koldar finally reaching the end of this long, filthy, cramped tunnel and coming up against a grate, which Koldar slides aside. Everybody can climb out into the room above. And as your eyes adjust, you find that, as promised, that tunnel has led you directly into the basement of the Flayed House. None come here uninvited. This cellar smells of astringent, preservatives, black creeping mold. And as your eyes start to pick up details of the room around you, you can see there are medical exhibits and experiments that crowd the dimly lit space. On one wall behind a glass case, there seems to be a preserved human skin with tattoos. Another nearby, a jar contains a rooster that has been vertically bisected, and there are human teeth implanted in the comb on its head. And finally, near to the door, there is a giant's skeleton on display with a nameplate at the bottom. There are also, near the grate that you've come up, piled gunny sacks that are spilling treasures that have been stolen from the dead previously, kept here in the home of someone so rich as to be unimpeachable. You can see rings, timepieces, gold teeth that still bear the marks of tools that tug. All of them telling the same story, that the laws you're accustomed to hold no sway in this house. And all the value collected here is also not what Dr. Galfani seems to be interested in. So the treasure's just been dumped here in a pile. What do? What's of interest?
I trace my hand gently over the tattoo presentations on the skin. I say, Sybil would have loved these.
Yeah, did you see what happened to them?
I didn't. It was so dark in there.
Yeah, I wonder.
I've never seen rats react like that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's almost like there's like a big rat controlling them.
Almost.
Anyway, we should look up.
I'll take a look at the name at the bottom of the skeleton.
Cool. So the nameplate reads Kind, K-I-N-D. Which of you two knew this giant when they were alive?
I could say I did.
Yeah. So Kind had made it plain their wish to be buried at sea. Yet here they are. The question to you is, when you rowed their shrouded body out to cast them into the water, you were followed. Now, were you an inattentive fool who didn't notice when your friend's body was fished back out of the water, or were you an accomplice, bribed to look the other way?
Oh, I think I was inattentive.
What, if anything, do you feel like you owe your friend now that you have found them again here?
I mean, I do feel like I need to get their bones back out to sea. So I'm gonna think on how to do that.
One bone at a time.
I just keep staring at my background, which says Bone Eater, and I'm like, I could just piss them back out.
Like maybe Kind should have been a bit more detail oriented with your request. I mean, you tried hard the first time, right? You got them into the rowboat and placed them in the water. That was a pretty good attempt. If attempt number 2 is a little bit more piecemeal,
it's a little more ephemeral.
Yeah, it's also if you think about it, there's no flesh here, like just bones. So who knows where the flesh is? It could be in the sea. You could have gotten
mostly,
most
it's
of
just his bones climbed back
just
out.
the bones. Climbed back out.
Yeah, I'm gonna look around. Because I don't know. Do I have a book bag?
Would you like to declare that you've had a book bag?
Yeah, I'll declare I've had a book bag.
You've got a book bag.
Great.
The beauty of this system, everyone's doomed, so it literally doesn't matter what you have.
Yeah, great.
You want to have a giant flaming sword? Okay,
Perfect.
We're still telling the story of the worst day of your life.
I think while we're looking around this room, I'm just gonna start shoving bones in a bag.
Beautiful.
I'll break them if I got to. They'll all make it into the bag in some form.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I go. Oh, we're doing like that.
Yeah. You should get the skin.
I'll break the skin out of the thing. I was like, we'll put these somewhere for Sybil.
Yeah.
That's a little snack for me later. And you don't know that yet.
Some jerky.
Yeah. Your friend carrying the buffet.
I I think I'm also gonna. I'm gonna take. Mentioned there were gold watches. I'm gonna look for just a semi-functional timepiece, even if it needs to get wound. I'm gonna look for a timepiece in the piles of gold.
Yeah, I think it takes a little bit of digging to find one that wasn't cracked or damaged in transit, but there's a decent one. It's got some initials carved into it, but other than that, looks like a fine piece of work.
And you said the bones. What else was in the room?
There was the tattooed human skin. It says they were tattooed shoulder to ankle with pigmented demons, multi-mouthed faces snarling and fighting in a tempest. Pretty exciting tattoo. There was a jar containing half a rooster that had human teeth implanted in the comb on its head, and the skeleton.
Yeah. Yeah, after I roll up the skins, I'll find that watch, and
yoink.
I'm not super interested in half a rooster. Maybe a whole rooster, but not half a one.
I think what catches your eye, it takes a while for you to notice it, but as you were digging through the treasures and letting the light of the room play over the jewelry and the watches, trying to find one that works, it suddenly occurs to you, like, it seems like the angle of the light in the room was changing. Like the shadow that was falling of the watch in your hand on the floor shifts. Slowly, the shadow starts moving its way to the corner and then up the wall, as if the light source behind you is lowering. What do you do?
I brace myself for the shrill whisper of my sister for a second before I slowly turn to look at the source of the light.
Yeah. It's not your sister.
Oh, thank God.
It is a lit chandelier slowly descending. The chandelier is unusual in that all of the lights are on a ring of twitching human hands that are holding the lights. The hands are powered by electricity. You can see them twitching and crackling, but this also allows the hands to lower themselves so the thing can turn its hands and move freely. And it starts walking its way towards you across the ground of the room. One hand up as if it can see, just an open palm sensing the air.
What was the name of our friend who we came here with? I'm calling him our friend, even though we tortured him. And
called
Kuldar.
Yeah, Kuldar. What is this?
You don't know where he went.
Oh, right. Okay.
Took your eyes off of him.
Right.
You had bolted. He might be hoping to get paid.
I'm gonna reach down to the pile behind me and find a few different rings.
Okay.
And I'm gonna scatter the rings towards the chandelier.
I absolutely love this. So much so that I'm just gonna declare that this works. Because I love the idea of the chandelier stopping and all the little hands trying to worm their way into the rings and push them up along each of the limbs to decorate themselves.
It's like throwing grains of rice in front of a vampire. Yep. They got to count.
Yeah. And I think that's the point where the temperature sort of drops around you and you feel your sister once again speaking entirely too closely into your ear and saying, "The grave robber was right. You're not as dumb as you look."
You said if I let that guy punch me
Who
in the
said?
Face. Sometimes I talk to myself. I'm external processor.
Gotcha.
That if I let that guy punch me in the face, that you would leave me alone all night long.
I didn't say that.
No, I'm processing.
Oh. You're so fucking stupid. Can we go?
What'd you say?
No, we're good. You
right.
ready to go?
Sounds good. I think with that, we can bring Ring 2 to a close. So normally at this point, we've been going for about an hour and a half. This is where I check in with everybody and see how we doing. Anyone need to refill their water, get in a bio break?
I would love to go refill my water real quick.
I am happy to take a short break. Also, all the ampersands said that they just learned they already own Die Grave Robber Die from 2 separate bundles. And so they went to go download it so they can get all the secrets and help us speedrun this by dropping all the hints in the chat.
Yeah, they're watching the chat if you want to give them clues.
But also, Keegan mentioned this in the chat as well. If you are watching this, it is this month's physical release for the adventure game subscription or the All the Zines subscription. If you get both of the ones we have over at RPG Zine Club, we are going to take a short 5-minute break, giving you plenty of time to go to rpgzine.club. Check it all out. See if you want to sign up. It's not too late to get this month's zine, and you'll help support great emerging creators from around the globe. We'll be back in just a few minutes to keep on playing Die Grave Robber Die. Dan, you can go ahead and explain it to the chat while we're all taking a break.
measurement.
All vibes.
Yeah, we were discussing as we come back that time is just vibes. We are here playing Die Grave Robber Die, where time is just vibes. It's one of the core conceits of the Die Grave Robber Die system. Michael, tell us when you first realized time with vibes. No, just take us back in to, I believe we had just left Ring 2 going into Ring 3.
Yes, indeed. We are entering Ring 3. Our characters are inside the Flayed House of Dr. Galfani and about to find out why it has that name. You managed to avoid a handelier by tossing rings on the floor in front of it and escaped out a door, following the muddy footprints of your grave-robbing erstwhile companion Kuldar, who split the moment you were distracted, filling your pockets with as many treasures as you could to make this entire trip worth your while. And why wouldn't you? At least one of you needs to find enough of a fortune to get a Geist plug to help with their health. The other still holding a cursed dagger. Maybe we'll start there. Tony, where did Vero get a cursed dagger?
It is a family heirloom. And so it is passed from generation to generation. And I am the last surviving sibling of this generation, and I am desperately looking for anybody else from my family or who is willing to become a member of my family, so that I can pass this cursed dagger on to them.
So if there's a chance that any sort of familial bond should become established between you and Bingo, you might have a chance to find a new.
I might have a chance to be like, Bingo, you know what? I've always wanted to give this to another member of my family.
You're like a brother to me.
You're like a sibling to me.
You expect me to take a dagger from a rat catcher?
It might be a hard sell. We'll keep that in the back of our mind as we continue on.
I have this flaming sword. Why don't
As previously established.
Have you cast Identify on that dagger? What if it's cursed?
A bit of grave dirt stains the stairs that lead up to the first floor and into another exhibition room. Precisely placed lamps illuminate tableaus of flayed human bodies, preserved and posed as if still engaged in the pursuits of the living. Some of these figures have pins sticking out of them holding scientific labels in place or mocking comments. There is a heavy locked door between this room and the upstairs. There are two things that catch your eyes immediately upon entering this room. One is there is a glass case that has some sort of dark black shapes floating inside of them in a preservative fluid, and mounted on the front, some sort of artificial mouth-like orifice. On the other side of the room, there is an unblinking skinless body sitting in front of a chessboard, its eyes like shrunken raisins. What are we most interested in here?
Immediately the skinless body.
Immediately the mocking insults. I'm looking for the best one.
Right. So give me a second to think about the mocking comments on the pins, and in the meanwhile, we'll have Bingo approach the chess player.
There's not D20. A list of D20 mocking insults pinned on the bodies.
We got to save something for the Kickstarter, Tony. That's a stretch goal. D20 mocking scientific labels for flayed and preserved bodies. I think one of them maybe is hot, HAWT, pinned into someone's back. So there's 19 to go. As Bingo approaches the chess player, a speaker that is inside its open mouth hisses into life, and you hear a voice speaking through it. Bingo, are you here to continue our game?
Yeah.
Now, Vero, you are unaware of any connection between Bingo and the people who own this building. Presumably that voice is Dr. Galfani, who knows Bingo by name. This could be a ruse, or it could be that Galfani actually knows them. The voice continues, speaking to Bingo, saying, "It was your move when last we met."
Right. I play chess with this. I'll go over and move one of my, I guess, my pieces.
Mm-hmm. You make the best move that you are capable of making, and the chess player body itself rattles, and you can see some blue sparks traveling along the limbs. And like a crane, one of the hands slowly raises, goes forward, goes left, right, left, and drops to pick up a piece, and moves a pretty intelligent counter move to yours.
Incredible. I'm gonna make another move,
Hmm.
but this time as I make it, I want to like knock over one of his pieces and then sort of scatter to get it back up and put it in a position that puts me in a. I'm cheating.
Yeah, a little bit of sleight of hand.
Yeah, but I want to put it in a position that's better for me.
Cool. I bet that we could turn this into a risk move to find out.
Yeah,
how
this feels
successful you
like
are.
I was like, I want to
Kinda risky
make a roll for
behavior.
it.
We're leaving the bounds of civilized gamesmanship, as civilized as you can be when you are playing against a remote controlled corpse.
Mm-hmm.
Which is one of the
So
times
tell
it's
me-
most important to be civilized.
Yeah. Do you have any skills in your background or occupation that will help you with your sleight of hand chess playing?
Yeah, of course. This is also me doing performance.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. You
That's
are
why
performing as
describe-
someone who successfully knocks a piece out of place.
I was trying to describe making a performance of falling over and knocking the pieces over.
Mm-hmm. So the performance aspect is making it look realistic that
Yeah.
you are clumsy. Yeah, I'll buy that. Great. Are you interested in hearing any devil's bargains?
I feel like I should know what goes wrong. Could
Before?
go wrong before we
What-
do devil's
What
bargains.
are the stakes here?
Yeah.
Mm.
Because I'm not sure quite on what the stakes
What is being risked?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Before I establish the stakes, let me turn it around. We had left some ambiguity of, does Bingo actually know Dr. Galfani? Is this
Mm.
actually an ongoing chess game that you've had with him?
Oh, great question.
Or are you faking it, even though Galfani knew your name? Are you pretending?
No, I feel like I know him. I feel like I've met him. We did chess in a park somewhere.
Mhm.
I don't think I know him well.
Yeah.
It is suspicious this game was set up. I'm not questioning it.
Good. The whole thing falls apart if you start questioning it. Here's what I think is at risk. You need a Geist plug. I
Mhm.
think Dr. Galfani has been holding the possibility of getting one for you over your head
Mm.
for years. And if you break from your habit of indulging him in his odd hobbies, such as playing chess remotely, you might be losing the pathway by alienating the one person who you think might be able to help your ailing liver.
Yeah, that's great. So I think in this case, the big risk in cheating is also alienating the one person who could get me the liver I need.
It would at least set you back to have to win back that relationship.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, you could just back off and say, you know what, now that I think about it, maybe cheating doesn't really get me ahead here, considering the potential risks.
No, I think it gets me. I think I want him to know I'm really good at chess and he should move on.
Hmm.
I think we've been playing chess a lot and I'm just tired of it.
Yeah. Let's turn the risk roll into something that would finish the game, where you could win and wrap this up and get whatever has been promised at the other side of this.
Yeah.
So that kind of increases the stakes and speeds this whole thing along.
Cool.
In the interests of time, Mark, why don't you give us a potential devil's bargain?
Yeah. Devil's bargain. Regardless of whether you are caught out or not, um, mm, you. No. So good. There's the body's being controlled like remotely by electrical something or other. Maybe you discover that there's some wiring in the chair that you are sitting in, and the chess game is like a ruse to get you embedded in that, whether or not it gets in there or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
No
discovering.
matter what, you become entangled in the chess apparatus.
Yeah. Love that. Yeah.
Yeah, I love the idea of being entangled in a chess
You're
apparatus.
playing against the last person who got caught cheating.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, that's great. I love this.
Cool. So that'll get you 2 light die and throw in a dark die. So I was also saying during the break that Trophy Dark comes with a mechanic called a ruin roll. What this is anytime your character comes face to face with something that is kind of mind-shatteringly awful, I, as the keeper, would be able to ask you to make a ruin roll where you just roll a dark die and it determines if your ruin goes up. I personally have a tendency to forget to ask for these rolls. Like, for example, when I described for you a horrifying tableau with a flayed chess player and you just sit down and play. I should have asked for a ruin roll. I didn't. Now I'm putting the dark die into your risk roll.
Perfect.
I will also invite any of you who are still playing. If you think your character would be horrified by a thing that you're seeing, you can call a ruin roll for yourself. It's fun. Makes things interesting. So, are we ready to go, Keegan? You feel like you got all the info you need?
Yeah, let's go. So I rolled 4, but I can add a dark die and re-roll.
Roll again. Yep.
And I love to add a dark die and re-roll. And I rolled a 6 this time.
There you go. So that is a full success. It's on your light die, so your ruin stays set. Why don't you tell us what it looks like when you successfully win this game of chess?
Yeah, I think I sort of assume the cameras are in the eye of this horrifying flayed chess player. So I sort of fall across the top of the chessboard. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. 1 sec. Let me put the pieces back where they were. And I move the pieces back, and then I take my move, and I'm like, I think that's checkmate, right?
It certainly seems to be. And you hear a little whirring click, and a drawer underneath the chess table pops open in front of you, and there's a key inside there.
Great.
You have won. This key is yours. You will find the door that it opens upstairs.
Great, thank you so much. You know, it's been lovely playing against you. I'm gonna take the key, hold on to it.
It has been a delight. And then you can hear this rising whir as more and more electricity is pumped through the chess player until it bursts into flames. Why don't you make a ruin roll for me?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the other problem here is I am stuck to this chair currently.
Right. So as the flames are sort of crawling up the other side of the chessboard, you find that you have gotten yourself stuck.
So I rolled a 6 on my ruin roll, so my ruin goes up.
Fantastic. So with the condition that we gave you, the bell tolls for thee. Something inside you has gone rotten. Foul vapors escape from both ends of you, and others can't bear to be close to you. So I think we could also tie this into a side effect of being stuck with the electrified chair. You get out of it, but it does also push you further down the path towards your body dying out.
You got cooked a little inside.
Yeah, I think my failing liver's really failing now.
Mm-hmm. So let's cut back over to Vero. Why don't you give me a ruin roll as well, just for being in the room where that happened?
I go, none of these insults are really that choice, and then I turn around and I take in this entire scene that's been happening behind me. I rolled a 2, so
Okay, you're holding it together. You're fine.
Have you not
I've
gotten
seen-
any ruins so far, Tony?
I've taken no additional ruin.
Wow.
And so-
Incredible.
because we killed the player in front of me. I also love that I'm the rat catcher, and I just like noped out the rat encounter. They never made it to me. Yeah, I've seen worse, and I think I start to move across the room to help, and then I catch just a whiff of perforated bowel on a hot summer day.
I'm so
And yeah, you're good, right?
That's yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna, and I think I lean over and I kind of. You said there was a large glass container filled with black. Yeah, I kind of I stabilize myself by putting my hand out and resting my hand on the surface of that thing.
Cool. So what it is there's a pair of blackened lungs that are floating in this preservative fluid, wires running through the fluid, giving off soft blue sparks. It says the lungs twitch as if still struggling to breathe. In front of the display, there is an ornate ashtray of jade and a silver box containing hand-rolled cigarettes. When you rest your hands on top of it, the mouth-like orifice buzzes, and you hear a voice say, "Got a light?"
I mean, yeah, I do, and
Why don't you give me a separate ruin roll just for talking to this pair of black lungs?
it's a 3.
So a tie with your current?
A tie with my
still
current.
not going up.
Still good.
Cool as a cucumber.
And I'm going to light a cigarette on the smoldering body of the chess player.
The chess player.
and give it to this thing, I guess.
Yeah, you can set it into the mouth-like shape.
Yeah.
And you watch it form a seal around the cigarette and draw in, and the preservative fluid, you can just sort of see the smoke just drifting down into it as if pooling on the bottom. And then around the cigarette, the mouth goes, "Thank you. It hurts so much."
Yeah.
The funniest label is in the tableau in the next room.
Oh.
We should go to the
Thanks.
next room.
So you can leave it sucking on the cigarette, having gained, no doubt, the knowledge that you were looking for. You have solved my cigarette smoking puzzle.
Your cigarette smoking insult puzzle. And so
I hadn't caught that the black container was the one with the mouth on it, and I was like, before we leave, I'm just gonna stick a hand in there. But now I don't need to.
Yeah, you'd have to return the cigarette. So in the next room, there are a collection of tableaus, and I'll describe a couple of them. You can look closer if you like. One of them, Betrayal by Lantern Light. There is a male body that is holding a lantern aloft as if peering into darkness, and a female figure beside the male pointing to whatever the lantern would illuminate, while her other hand buries a knife in the man's back. So that's one tableau. There's also the gardener watering. A flayed figure in a sun hat and brightly colored dress hovers over an artificial plant made of folded paper. And then finally, the voyeur and the chamber pot. A figure crouches behind a bamboo screen, sitting atop a chamber pot, and a second glistening skinless body is posed as if spying on them, squinting through a crack in the screen. What do you do?
And did the lung say the funniest
Label, yeah.
label? I'm just looking for that label.
Yeah, I think you notice one sticking out of the voyeur.
I'm gonna get close and try to read it.
Yeah, so I think that what the label says, it's a longer one poking out of them, and it just says "missing the show." And as you're looking closer, you notice that the eye is misaligned with the hole in the screen.
That's
So
hilarious.
the voyeur is not actually able to.
That's hilarious. I moved the screen a little bit.
to line it up so that
so
they
the
can see
voyeur-
through it.
Yeah.
So when you do that, the crouching figure tumbles off of the chamber pot, and from a hidden speaker, the sound of laughter plays, hissing and crackling as if it had been recorded on vinyl, and there is a little ting sound inside the chamber pot, as of something that had been dropped in.
You should probably get that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to reach in the chamber pot.
I think, as presumably as you reach, all I can think about is that tableau in the distance with somebody reaching for something and somebody else putting a dagger in their.
I mean, you can see my dagger there on my.
I know.
On my
I'm
head,
just.
you know?
I'm just that I'm thinking about it.
Just thinking about stabbing. That's all.
Is this where I put it? Yeah. So I'm gonna reach in and grab whatever tinged into the chamber pot.
Yeah. So there's it requires dipping your fingers into some blood-streaked liquid, but you do find another key at the bottom. Its ridged teeth are shaped like a lightning bolt.
Oh wow, our first key.
I mean, what makes you think there's more than one?
I just mean like it's surprising that we've been walking through a house and we've only discovered one key so far.
Oh yeah.
I have
that
like
makes
20
sense.
in mine.
Yeah.
In your home?
Yeah.
Checks out.
And do we see, besides these three tableaus, this is what dominates the room?
Yeah, pretty much. And you've found a key that would, I will just go ahead and say visually matches the decoration of the locked door that leads out of this room to get you up higher into the mansion. So you guys are free to leave.
But there's three of these things.
Yeah, there's two others.
All right. So maybe they all have a key. All right. Hey, can I borrow that dagger?
Yeah, you know, I've always thought of you as being like a brother.
Yeah, don't think of me that way. But I do want to take the dagger and I want to put it in the back of the flayed body that is stabbing the guy.
The female figure that was putting a knife into the back of the male figure.
Yeah, I think it'd be really funny if she was also getting stabbed in the back.
That would be pretty
obviously
funny.
the solve for the puzzle here.
Yeah, no, you're just able to do it. It doesn't change anything.
All right. Well, I don't think this tableau has a key.
Okay. It is, they're about to, the tableau of the woman with the dagger. There's the person with the sunflower hat on.
Yeah,
The
gardener.
sun hat on. Working a garden. Can you describe that one for me one more time?
Sure. There's a flayed figure in a sun hat and brightly colored dress, hovering over an artificial plant made of folded paper.
Or they look like they're watering it, or do they look like they're? I look in the watering can.
Fantastic. Inside the watering can, it looks like it's actually been lined with soil, and growing in there are some mushrooms with white, puffy caps. Do either of you know anything about mushrooms?
Yeah, you're supposed to eat them when you come across them in RPGs.
That's what I love to hear.
Anytime you're in an RPG. I only know things about corpse mushrooms. I don't know anything about any other kind of mushrooms.
Yeah, I don't think that's what these are.
Okay, then yeah, I have no idea.
Nope. Nope, there you go. Found some mushrooms.
I'm gonna take some mushrooms.
As in, stick them in your pocket or take some mushrooms?
I'm gonna stick them in my pocket.
Oh, you coward.
That seems wise.
I'm not saying I'm
Eat
not gonna eat them. I'm saying I'm not gonna eat them right now. Do you want one?
No, you should eat it.
No, I'm not hungry right now.
You look hungry. When was the last time you ate?
Do what? I don't know. It's been a while. You don't look hungry at all, though. When's the last time you ate?
Oh, you know, I had a snack in the tunnel.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes just chomping down on a rat's a good way to go.
Yeah. Chomping down like a rat.
I want to take out my canteen and pour a little bit of water into the sunflower.
Cool. Yeah, I don't have anything planned for this, but it seems like something interesting should happen. Uh,
How dare you as a GM just say, "Hey, that's a cool idea." I don't know what that does.
what admitting that buys me enough time to say something like there's a black char that comes from where the paper flower meets the ground, and it's like watching sparklers go off that draws a line right up to the locked door, which swings open, opening up the next bit of the mansion.
God, I love a GM who's just like, "No, y'all should leave this room,"
Yeah, just
repeatedly.
would you just go?
And we're like, wait, there's a third set
Okay,
of things.
wait. But if that one had something, and the third one had something, maybe the dagger wasn't the right call.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's something else in that tableau, but
Yeah. Oh well. We'll leave.
you just
it for
don't
next
unlock
group
it
to
by
find.
stabbing a body. It turns out.
I take my flaming sword
Uh,
and
old
walk.
problem solver.
We'll leave for right now, leaving that as a special treat for those members of Zine Club who are watching this. Can find out in their own.
When you play it yourself, you can find out the secret of the person stabbed in the back. And with that, we bring an end to the horrors of Ring 3 and continue on to Ring 4.
That wasn't so bad.
Make a ruin roll.
I mean, you smell terrible at this point, and you're creeping your
I'm
way
just
towards
happy.
that.
It's natural.
Yeah, but our rat catcher is doing just fine, except for the cursed dagger that they can't seem to get rid of.
I mean, I didn't take it back, but it may be back, but I didn't take it back yet.
Mm.
That's the worst thing about these cursed daggers is that they find their own way back, and you just feel the familiar weight back on your belt.
That's fine. That's what I expected.
It's fine. Welcome back.
Damn it. I thought I had a real sibling that time.
I'd consider me more a work companion.
I mean, I guess. I thought we had a real connection.
We don't.
Hallways and empty rooms. So as you go further into the Flayed House in Galfani's mansion, trying to find where Ash's body was taken to, you pass by paintings of landscapes where the sky's light is as red as blood, or where shadowed wings cut through towering thunderheads amid arcs of lightning. There are sketches, anatomical studies with strange limbs extended and twisted. If it wasn't for finding the occasional smear of grave dirt from the grave robbers who have been ahead of you, you would assume you were completely lost. And you find yourself inside an enormous chamber that is the size of a city market, and every wall is lined with books. There is the smell of leather and dust, and from above, the faint creak of a chandelier. This one decorated with taxidermied birds flying between glittering wire lightning bolts, which looks like a storm frozen into place. Which of the two of you is the more well-read?
That's a great question.
I'll be the more well-read.
Is it the rat catcher or the person who cries for a living?
You got to study to be a medium, right?
Yeah, my
Maybe.
ectoplasmic medium test required a lot of knowledge.
So, what book does Vero spot on the shelves that is known as a work long thought successfully purged and that is supposed to be burned on site?
Ooh, it's called What the First Ghost Saw, and it is the post reincarnation memoirs of the first human being who ever died and came back to life, telling what is told to be an apocryphal tale of what the afterlife is actually like, but is actually the reason they have it. It is rumored to have to be burned on site is because it's startlingly provable to actually be true.
What is it about this book that actually marks it as the very copy you once hid under the floorboards of your home?
It is as you can see a sock poking out the top that I used as a bookmark when I was a young child that has my initials stitched in red on the top edge of it.
That's fantastic. I think you also recognize items from the library of your parents and your sister, and you sort of realize that at some point Galfani has just helped himself to a good chunk of your family history and added it to his occult library.
It's fun. I'll make a ruin roll because that's the thing I hate.
Being known.
Do what?
That being known.
My the family, this kind of cursed reality of my family and trying to escape my past. It feels not enjoyable. My ruin did go up though.
Hey, there we go. Which of these sounds more interesting, Tony, with no details given? Do you like the sound of the brother in your pocket or the phantom limb?
I think given the familiar vibes we're landing, brother in pocket feels real good.
Yeah, you've got a whole bunch of issues with your siblings. You're haunted by a ghost sister who follows you around. Now, she did at least put you on the path of this job, but what we hadn't realized up until this point in the story was that all along you have had a tiny little brother in your pocket. You had hoped that he was being kept well fed enough to stay quiet, but your tiny brother, made of sticks, skin, and hunger, is now awake in your pocket and craving meat.
That's why I felt an affinity with Bingo originally, was because they reminded me of my brother in my pocket.
Yeah, so you and your brother are bound together. If he gets hurt or hungry, you do as well. And you have now reached which level of ruin? You're at 4? Yeah, so I'm going to accelerate this a little further. So the reason that you became aware of him is he's moaning here in the quiet library right when you need him to be quiet. Because obviously if Bingo knew that you had this brother in your pocket, they might beat you both to death as a danger and an abomination. So to keep your brother quiet, you have to let your brother chew on your hand.
Yeah.
Or any other convenient meat you can get your hands on.
Yeah, I mean, I tear one of these dried rats off, but like it's very obviously not satisfying to my little brother, and so I let him have a little bit of a finger also too, because I need him to shut up. my siblings just will not stay quiet.
It's weird, Bingo. Here, surrounded by the scent of so much old paper and stretched leather, you hadn't expected to catch a whiff of blood nearby.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It
Smells
seems
like rat
so out
catcher.
of place.
Interesting.
What could it possibly mean?
It's impressive I could smell it over my own rotting liver.
You're used to that.
It's more rotting now.
You know how your own rot never smells quite as bad as somebody else's rot? It's kind of like that.
Yeah, that's fair.
So while the two of you are poking around the library, you hear from behind you, through the door that you entered to get in here, a slow clopping sound that seems very out of place inside a giant mansion on an upper floor. The sound of hard hooves on wood. What do the two of you do?
Do you think that's Sybil?
No.
Okay.
Sybil's nails weren't that long.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Do you want to go take a look?
Yeah. So we peek around the edge to see what is making this noise.
Cool. Coming down the hallway, stepping out of the shadows, you see something that at first looks kind of horse-shaped, but there are dagger-like tusks that break the profile. And as it steps into the light, its appearance becomes more clear. It is a human torso that has been stitched to a horse in mocking parody of a centaur. The human body's shriveled arms are actually sewn against the ribs, and the hands are holding a stack of books. This thing was apparently on its way back to the library. It has a second pair of arms stitched onto the torso, and the hands are bolted to both sides of the head, each of them holding a curved dagger looking like tusks. Its original head, which is now too heavy for it, sags forward, so you just see this drooping hair in between the two daggers, but functional, dull eyes sway on fleshy stalks that spring from the back of its neck. From its equine chest, a low moan erupts, books fall to the floor, and the stitched guardian charges you.
I'm so glad I had you look.
Or retcon.
I'll make a ruin roll.
I want to say that was not a retcon. I said, hey, you should check that out. And Tony said, we.
See, this is a firm rejection of Tony's we.
Yeah.
Understood. So only one ruin roll for...
Yeah, I rolled a 3. We're fine.
Okay. The rat catcher, again, surprisingly okay.
Cool as a cucumber.
Cool. So you see this monstrosity starting to gallop down the hallway towards you with its knives flashing. What's the plan?
I want to use one of my rituals.
Very cool.
So I'll use Bewitch. A creature will follow a simple command if given a gift. I take the heretical book that of the first ghost.
Yeah, what the first ghost saw.
What the first ghost saw. We're all familiar with it.
We all know that one.
And I offer it to the creature while casting this ritual.
Fantastic. So let's put a risk roll together.
Yep.
Do you have any? Well, let's first ask everybody else. What could go wrong here?
Trampled, stabbed.
Those are two very solid.
By the bad horse.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's the beginning and end of it. Trampled, stabbed, destroyed by the bad horse.
Yeah, the bad horse does the thing we expect the bad horse to do. Feels like a...
Pretty solid.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So does Vero have any skills that would help with this bit of book bribery?
Oh, I just closed the character sheet.
Your skills are traps, vermin, cursing, and incarnation.
Is this a vermin?
I don't think so.
I don't think
I feel
so.
like
I'm
in vermin is like an unwanted creature, and this one has been specifically constructed for a purpose.
I do.
And I'm assuming cursing. I'm reading cursing as using foul language. Though it may not mean that. Incarnation, I am curious about also too, and what that is intended to mean given its connection to my ectoplasmic medium background. Is that because incarnate literally would be to give something shape or form or body.
Yeah.
And so if this is a built creature, one could argue that incarnation would give me some level of insight into this thing.
I almost feel like you could also argue that what you're doing is, in fact, creating a trap by trying to hand it something.
It is a little bit also, too.
I appreciate the hustle. I'm just feeling so disinclined to accept either of these interpretations. Like, if we were to say it was a trap implies that there is something at the end of it that is going to trick, injure.
Right. Yeah.
You are, in fact, making an exchange. Like
I didn't argue for trap initially for this very reason. And I was joking about vermin and cursing. Incarnation, though, literally is a very open statement.
They are intentionally designed that way.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, it is a trophy. And for me, does feel like a possible match. I don't know if there was authorial intent behind how incarnation was supposed to be interpreted or not.
Especially in the context of the ritual, maybe like using the bewitching and like grabbing onto the spirit of whatever's been put into this thing.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I think if we want to backdoor in sort of that there is a medium magic connection here, in so much as incarnation is taking the ephemeral and non-existent and making it real through the application of willpower, you are trying to create a situation and incarnate a possible.
I'm just trying to
outcome.
incarnate a light die right now. So if we could,
All right, so you summon a light die. We'll move things along. Take the light die.
no, I mean, literally, like it was one I really wanted to bring up because I do think there's a lot of really interesting potential there.
Yeah.
Not knowing enough about this creature though, I didn't know for sure whether that would be a good match though I do think there's a lot there.
Here's what I think could be kind of interesting, right? You can tell that it's been built and put together, and so something must have been an animating spirit.
That's that's kind of what I was leaning towards.
Yeah.
So that you may have some sort of a sense of what the limitations are or what the rules are regarding how an animated creature like this works, which could be connected to incarnation.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's kind of what I was trying to lean on, I think, for it. So
Yeah. So
Cool.
let's take a light die.
light die.
I'm interested in hearing Devil's Bargains, or you just want to charge right ahead and see if you get trampled?
I'm interested in hearing a devil's bargain.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So no matter what.
You go.
No, you got it.
No matter what, I think this is a good time for either our grave robber friend or a transformed Sybil to show up and cause problems.
Yeah, those are fun.
I was gonna say, no matter what, after it's done, following your simple command, it will come back to charge you.
That feels a
Whoa.
lot like just postponing the fail condition for one more dice roll.
I mean, we could put doors between us and it.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to immediately come back.
Um,
We save it for a future problem.
Mm.
We could say something like, no matter what, using incarnation and your magic means that you will unintentionally bond your sister with this creature.
Ooh,
Oh,
good. That's real good.
that's super good. All right, let's do that.
as soon as I heard that, I was like, yeah, that's the one.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I don't know what it means, but it's interesting.
Yeah.
Put your sister in the horse.
We're gonna find out. And am I taking a dark die?
Yeah. Uh-huh. There is some physical danger here.
Is there? Are you sure?
And the ritual, yeah.
All right, roll that beautiful bean footage. Ooh, my dark die is my highest.
Oh no.
I know that feel. Yeah.
It is also a 3.
Ooh,
Mm-hmm.
That's a miss. That's
Yeah.
an
Bad
unfixable
time.
miss.
It's a real bad time.
Yeah.
So things get worse. Here's how I think it happens. I think that you try to some extent, prostrate yourself with the book offered up as part of a gift. And Bingo can hear you murmuring some sort of magical incantation. And maybe we even see ectoplasm starting to spool its way out of your nose and mouth. And very briefly, we see the ectoplasm take the shape of your sister before the stitched guardian comes up and gives you a mighty kick down the hallway, sending you tumbling, broken, injured, and it rears up. And when it comes down, the ectoplasm of your sister passes inside of it. And it stops confused for just a second before rearing around and looking into the library and locking eyes on Bingo.
yeah. Well, this was always going to happen.
Bingo, what do you do?
So, what else is in this room? Were there like doors to other rooms from in here?
Yeah, I think there's another door out the back. Going out the way you came could be kind of difficult because you'd have to get around the Stitch
Yeah.
Guardian. Granted, that does lead to the hallway that Vero has been kicked down. So if you flee out the other way, you will be separated going forward.
That's fine. We can be separated. I want to flee, I think.
sounds like a good idea.
I was like, I have a key to somewhere up here.
That's true.
I'm gonna find a use for it.
Cool. Yeah, so let's do a risk roll for whether you can
Outrun a horse.
and vault obstacles inside the library, perhaps pull down some bookshelves or something to get out of the room before it can follow you. Do you have any skills that would help you outrun a horse monster?
I think I'm at the end of things I can argue performance for. So obviously,
what is it what is athletics but a chance to perform?
Performance. Yeah.
But now I can argue grief, of course. I'm so sad about the rat catcher falling. No, I don't have any skills that are useful here.
All right, so no light die there, which makes it all the more important to consider a devil's bargain.
Mm-hmm.
So, no matter what, who's got an idea for us?
No matter what, beyond just you're gonna get stabbed. You're no matter what, it'll catch you, but when it stabs you, whether it does significant damage or not, it will injure your other liver, and you only have one Geist point.
No matter what, as it chases you through the library, the birds in the chandelier also become animated and start swarming after you.
Another no matter what could be the easiest way for you to get away is to start a fire.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. Let's start a fire.
So whether it catches you or not, you are trying to separate yourself with fire.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So that's light die, and absolutely there's a dark die involved.
I don't think there should be a dark die. I don't think there's any real risk here. Yeah, I mean,
okay.
So I rolled a 2 and a 1. I can add another dark die and re-roll. And as we've established, if that's an option, I will do it. I did roll a 6 this time. The 6.
Oh my gosh!
The dark die.
Yeah,
love it.
Which is what I deserve. To be clear, that's what I deserve.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, describe for us the heroic chase that you lead, keeping ahead of the Stitched Guardian, starting a fire, and getting the heck out of there.
Yeah, I lock eyes with the thing that's not a horse. I take off towards the door. I'm knocking bookshelves over. I'm using my flaming sword to light. No, I don't actually have a flaming sword. I think I take one of my friend's bones out of my book bag and I try to throw it up towards the chandelier. And I get a lucky hit in it. It comes down and it does catch the shelving and stuff behind me on fire. I've made a mess.
Brilliant. Love it. So since your ruin goes up again,
5. Yep.
Hey.
I'm getting so close. Oh, now I can start annoying reduction rolls, though.
Yeah.
So the next level of it gets worse. It says fluids seep from you as internal structures and organs begin to fail and burst. The eyes in your skull-like face weep constantly. Your garments darken. You're easily tracked by the puddling left in your wake.
Well, the good news is, because I was prepared to mourn, all of my clothing was black already. And also, if I constantly look like I'm crying, that's fine.
Yeah, if anything, you're just incarnating your occupation, all the better.
That's where the puddle came from. I cried so hard.
I cried so hard I pissed myself.
Please overlook the smell. And it is true. Once you reach Ruin 5, you unlock a new mechanic for you and you alone. That being the reduction roll. You now have a chance to lower your ruin as long as you can find a way to sabotage other players. This is going to be complicated in the short term because we saw Vero get kicked down a different hallway, and so you're not near them. But should you ever get reunited, there's a chance there. Let's go back to Vero now that we know that Bingo is out and safe. Vero, everything hurts. I don't know if anything got broken when you got flung down the hallway, but there's at least some deep bone bruising going on. Why don't you catch us up with where you're at and what you do as you hear this thing clomping around inside the library and start seeing smoke drift out of the room from the fire that was started.
And I went back into the room with the vignettes. Is that correct? Is that
no, I just left you in the hallway outside the library. You didn't have to go all the way back.
Gotcha.
Down a flight.
Gotcha. But the library is the way forward, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it may all connect up some other way.
I guess
the hallway has other doorways to go down and explore.
Then I'm gonna go further down. I'm gonna close the door and go further down the hallway.
Leave it inside.
You're leaving your sister in the burning library. How dare!
I was gonna say, I think the most awkward part of that is as you throw the latch shut, you hear the screaming voice of your sister crying out that you've betrayed her. And she's burning, and why didn't you give us a ruin roll?
It's a 4. And I think I pause at that because I mean, I don't know that I realized what had happened till now.
Yeah. You were being thrown when she got absorbed.
And this is a chance. Like I move to turn away, then I hear her screaming, and I pause and I put my hand down on that dagger by my waist, realizing that for the first time in a long time, there is another member of my family who doesn't live in my pocket, who I could give this dagger to,
who is in fact now in a body that's holding 2 daggers. Maybe it could be arranged to hold 3. Or replace one of the 2.
And so I'm gonna whip the doors back open. I think we see kind of flames rising up high behind as fluid. Is she saying anything specific? Or is this just screaming? And you betrayed me.
We could have her saying, open this door immediately.
Okay, I did. I'm not convinced that she will take this dagger for one thing.
Does she know about the cursed nature of it?
I
mean, it was a family heirloom.
It's a family heirloom, so I think she knows that, yes, like one of us has to have it. And I think probably, given the fact that she is constantly around either way, would be very aware of it. So I think she is aware. I don't know that she perceives it as a curse so much as a family, like a sign of our family's destiny, but there's also still whatever animating spirit was inside of this thing in it also too, right? So there's like two spirits inside of this.
At least. I mean, it's stitched together from a lot of different things. There's 4 human-like limbs.
It worked so well the first time. I think I'm gonna stride straight up to her. And I'm going to try to force the other spirits out of the body. By which I mean I'm going to use the ritual bottle, force a spirit into an object.
What's the object you're going to try and put them into?
No. Here's what I want to do. I want to try to force my sister into the dagger.
Yep.
That's funnier. I thought you were going to force the horse into the dagger.
I thought about that for a second also too, but I think it makes less sense So if my sister is with the dagger, then a member of my family has the dagger,
hmm
and
All set.
and I'm good. So yeah, I'm gonna try to walk up to her, um, almost as if I don't have performance. So there's
Damn.
as if I am going for a hug, and be like, sis, is that you? Did we settle on a name? Is it Velma? Is that what we decided?
I think I might have called her Birgit early
Birgit?
in the adventure. But Vilma maybe is a nickname.
Vilma. So, classic nickname for
First name Birgit, middle name Vilma.
yeah.
There you go.
So, Vilma, is that you? And I'm gonna look like I'm going in for a hug on this giant monster thing.
I think there's like flames dancing up its tail as it's stepping its way back out of the library. I think maybe one of those two eyeball stalks is like completely down and burned and charred, and you can't tell from its one unblinking eye stalk if it's recognizing you. It feels crazed, in pain, and dangerous. So this is very risky behavior.
So it feels exactly like my sister.
Yeah, very familiar.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try to give give the giant horse sister guardian abomination a hug.
Great.
And then cast bottle, forcing forcing her spirit out of this thing and into a cursed dagger, which is great because then what I return to is I'm hugging
a monster that has no part of your sister.
Yep.
All right, so let's build
so to propose something, Tony, we are in Ring 4 and we're getting near the end of the time that we had set. This is the perfect time to put death on the line as the consequences of failure in this role.
I'm down for that.
This could be the end of your character's story, them trying to solve their
hug their sister.
Yeah, get their sister rescued from this monster, essentially, and take care of their cursed knife problem at once.
I'm down to put death on the line.
So risk roll?
Risk roll.
So we already talked about what could go wrong.
Right.
It could be anything from the newly freed monster completely wrecks you again, and this time does not stop because there's no bingo as a distraction. Your sister's soul could be entirely lost, pulled out, and misplaced.
Your sister could end up haunting the brother in your pocket. Would
Mm.
also just be
Move into the wrong container and get a double sibling,
yeah.
Double hungry.
and you still have the knife problem. There's a lot of ways this could go wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you were thinking no applicable skills to start with?
Yeah, I
So
mean,
to get
I mean, we could probably argue for incarnation again, but I don't think I don't think with what I am casting the way I'm doing this, it applies as much. And so,
I mean, incarnation, insofar as it would be moving a spirit into something physical, that matches what you're doing with bottle.
That's true.
I guess that's true.
It's maybe even a closer match than the last one.
Then what the last thing we did?
But that's a problem for past us to live with.
Yeah.
You could argue this.
I'm sure they'll figure it out eventually.
You could argue this is also a trap.
Ooh.
This is actually a trap.
Yeah, kind of.
We already got the roll though, so we don't need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got one light die. Anyone have an idea for a devil's bargain?
This all takes a little bit longer than you expected, and the fire spreads to where you are. You get burned to whatever extent is appropriate.
Yeah, just immediately into a different peril.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not good. Never mind. I don't have anything.
I mean, this would also be a time to bring Sybil back.
Mm.
Yeah.
A crazed swarm of rats makes their way up into the mansion seeking revenge.
All the rats I've ever killed.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, Sybil leading the army to take on their ancient enemy. You could take or discard all of them. Do not have to accept any of those devil's bargains.
Yeah. Trying to think. I almost like the idea of no matter what, like my sister is going to be going to be given a physical form of some kind.
Mm.
I mean, I guess she already has one, so that maybe that doesn't feel as good. Yeah, let's bring Sybil back. I think that's fun. Sybil leading the army, the giant army,
Leading the
of
rat
rats
army. Yeah.
feels great right now.
So that's 2 light die and a dark die, because
Yep.
what you are doing is very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Death is on the line. You need a clean 6.
I've got 2 4s and a dark 1.
Uh-huh. Do you
Uh,
want to roll again?
yeah, I think we're gonna roll again because why not?
Always roll again.
Mm-hmm.
I've got 1 2
Oh,
and 3
wow.
1s.
However, the 1 is not the highest, so you can add another dark die and roll again.
Oh hell yeah!
Double or nothing, yeah.
Oh yeah, baby.
There we go.
Triple or nothing.
There you go.
6s.
Ruin does go up.
Ruined. It's fine. Ruin is always going to
Yeah.
go up.
That's what Ruin does.
I'm
what
at
it's
5
for.
now. I can make a reduction roll.
Oh no, we've entered the PvP portion.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that you can factor this into the story that you tell, let's just really quickly touch on the brother in your pocket. He's getting bigger in there, squirming, and your pocket sags noticeably. You're going to have to support his weight with one of your arms at all time. So narrate with your 6. What happened? How did you manage to pull this bottle off?
I go up as I embrace. There's a moment of legitimate tenderness before she realizes what I'm doing. Like there is like this softening, this giant creature like drops the knives and puts its arms down around me. And we are backlit by these flames rising higher around us as I hug my sister. And then with a twisted and guttural curse, I painfully push her spirit out of the body into the dagger that I have clutched behind her back, pushing her spirit into it. I think the worst part about the entire thing is as I stare triumphantly at the dagger, I realize that I can still now hear her voice perfectly and cleanly inside my head talking to me through it.
Mm.
Yelling at me, absolutely enraged.
I think there's a side effect of the bottle spell as well, in that it somehow hollows out the creature. The stitched guardian, its eye goes grayish and dead, and it falls to its heavy equine knees, losing its animation. Stitches start to pop along its side, and it starts to fall apart into chunks on the burning carpet.
I love
And
that.
that's when you notice that your sister is screaming at you to look behind you, because there is an entire rat army flooding its way up the steps. Let's leave Vero there for a moment.
Rest in peace, Vero.
Cut back to Bingo. What I thought would be interesting, Bingo, you walk into a room that has 2 items of interest. One, an aquarium. The walls are actually lined with heavy tanks, and one of them has a submerged tea party of 4 flayed bodies in fancy dress. There's a switch on the wall placed near a sign that reads, "The Tea Party." In the middle of the room, under an electric spotlight, is sewing materials, baskets of fabric samples, wool, thread, and on an embroidered pillow, a glistening Geist plug surrounded by scalpels and diagrams for a do-it-yourself liver replacement, what do you do?
I mean, it yourself liver replacement. It's not even really a question. I see it and I'm like, all right, well, it's what I'm here for. I'll go sit in the spotlight. Start reading.
Yeah. So you recognize the handwriting of Dr. Galfani. It seems that he has given it some thought. You can also tell that while the instructions are medical and accurate, it is obvious to you reading that all of this would be much easier if it were performed by another individual. But this has specifically been written to do yourself.
Yeah. Do it yourself. I'll do it myself.
So you're going to follow the instructions, pick up a scalpel?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not even a question.
Would you believe this is a risk roll?
I can follow instructions.
Of course. I have no doubt. Because we are winding down, I will say death is on the line here.
I mean, it's basically you're saying that they've been given a script to follow. Tony, I have a better argument. You could almost say I'm performing liver surgery on myself.
The strongest skill in the entire game, it turns out. When all of life is a stage, performance is infinitely applicable.
Under a spotlight. I am performing self-liver replacement surgery. It's the clearest skill has ever been.
Yeah. So I think that's a light die. Are you interested in hearing some devil's bargains?
I almost want to say no, just because I think it'd be really funny if I died here.
It would be pretty funny.
So I'm going to say no.
Great. So one light die, one dark die, and you're ready to go.
Read them and weep, boys. That's a 6.
Oh, baby.
How dare you?
A white die.
A white 6. The cleanest of clean successes. The most perfect performance.
I think only clean success the whole game, and I'm going to take it.
Keegan, I want to point out, you could add a black die in room.
Should I?
Always reroll.
Anyway,
why don't you narrate for us how this surgery goes?
Yeah, so I take off all my clothes. I take off all of them. I'm not sure if that's an important step. I sort of lay down on the stage and I start cutting. I'm getting both my livers out because canonically they're both injured now, and I'm just putting the single Geist plug back in. And I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna take some time. I'm gonna stitch myself up good. And it goes well. What else is there to say?
I mean, that's most of it, right?
Yeah.
I think it was probably aided by the fact that your body has been dying anyway, which means that it's a lot less sensitive than it had been previously, allowing you to just hold the knife steady because you can cut without any sort of reflexive pulling back from the pain.
Yeah, I do cry the whole time, but it's also just sort of my vibe.
That's just part of the performance.
Yeah.
It's what would be expected.
Mourning your old liver.
So just to do a quick time check, what we could do here is just pause, give you guys a moment to think, and then you could each give us an epilogue for what happens to your character after the events of tonight here in the Flayed House. And then we could close it out with the usual stars and plugs and whatnot. What do we think?
Oh, it sounded like you were going to give us 2 options, but that sounds like the
option number 2 is we don't do that.
And we just end.
The end. No, I think that sounds great. Yeah. So walk us through how the epilogues work. If there's any more than that, if it's just that's it.
That's it. There's no prescribed structure. You just sort of say, what happened to your character and how were they changed by the events. And we could do it even for Mark's character who was lost. We just sort of jump forward in time and tell us how they were irreversibly changed
I think
the
that
events of this evening.
the most important thing when doing epilogues is to establish does anybody want to go first or last?
I'll go last.
Okay.
That feels right. I'll go first because we just ended on May. Which is, I think Bingo's like, hey, I got this Geist plug. That's really what I was here for. Was money to buy a Geist plug. This isn't super interesting to me from here. And Bingo fucking bounces from here. Just gets out of here. Gets back to the vault to retrieve their hat.
The most important detail.
And then just takes up life as a professional mourner again. They are forever changed by this experience. They do still have the appearance of someone who died, maybe more so than we did going in, and they still have those glowing little red rat eyes. And they have found it generally harder to control their hunger, but all the world's a stage.
I think after kind of wandering the hallways for a little bit, fighting off rat after rat, my sister in one hand and my brother in the other, I find myself kind of like out of the house, and I think we see me on the like the other side of the city, the Flayed House in the distance overlooking the town, getting ready to kind of in a mirror of the scene that we saw of me being like carriaged out of town. A carriage passes by, and I'm just limping along behind it. It seems to be muttering to myself, carrying something heavy in one pocket. I sit down, for a little bit and hand one of the fresh rats that we had killed to my little brother, listening to my sister just kind of consistently complaining in one ear. And all of a sudden, like, we get a sense of movement slightly off screen, as a thin but like older teen-sized hand rests itself on my shoulder. The hand reaches down and rests on my shoulder. As all of a sudden we look up and see my little brother, even taller than before. And I look up at him, I say, "Oh, thank you." And I hand him the dagger as he then begins to opens his mouth wider and wider as he leans in, and it fades to black.
Nice. And I think over the years, emboldened by being drawn up by the treasure hunters, the rats, and by extension Sybil, who's become one of them, slowly start to take over the Flayed House from the bottom up. Making nests in the various contraptions, chewing away at both the animated corpses and the wiring that makes them go, until it's over the years it starts to lose its reputation as the Flayed House and just becomes the Rat House. You don't go in unless you're not coming out.
Fantastic. Love it.
Damn.
Come
Rip
back
Sybil.
next time for Die Rat Catcher Die. You're on.
It ends with everybody hitting Vero for some reason.
Let's do our reaction roll. Reaction roll is a live stream inside of a live stream. It's our chance to sit down with the creator of a game we just played and talk about what it was like to play that game. Today, we're sitting down with Michael Van Vliet, also known as Signal Station in large parts of the internet, to talk about Die Grave Robber Die, the standalone Trophy Dark adventure that we just played. Michael, for folks who joined us late, why don't you tell people a little bit more about who you are, what you do, and about Die Grave Robber Die?
Sure. Hey, everyone. I'm Michael. Besides having written this particular scenario, I've written a number of other things for the base trophy games, Dark, Gold, and Loom, which is fantastic, and I feel, at this point, criminally underrated. I've also written...
Wait, you feel criminally underrated, or you feel
yeah,
like
just
Loom is
my parts in the book. No, everybody loves Loom, but my parts could be more
Could be
love.
rated
To be
higher.
lauded more.
Yeah. So if you could fill out any and all cards and comment cards and mail them to my home address, I'd appreciate it.
And what is the home address, just for the
Go ahead
stream?
and
Yeah,
list it out.
3230. You guys can bleep that out, right?
You get the uncensored episode. On
Right. Join the
Ko-Fi.
Patreon.
Patreon,
to get
yeah.
my
For
home
Michael's
address.
home address, my Wi-Fi code, and yeah, tell us a little bit about Die Grave Rubber Die.
Die Grave Robber Die came from my desire to explore what could be done with Trophy Dark outside of the base setting. My wife had been watching a lot of Roger Corman, Edgar Allan Poe films and Hammer horror, and I had been reading about the historical connection between grave robbers and early schools of surgery. Like historically, it was really hard to learn anatomy because it was hard to get your hands on bodies to study. So for a long time, there was sort of a known underground black market where people would steal bodies and sell them to medical students so that they could dissect them. Technically illegal, but it was also advancing the field of medicine. So I had been reading about that history. I also, on a visit to London, visited the Hunterian Museum, which is a museum dedicated to the history of surgery and the transition between when barbers were doing most of the medical work and the birth of proper doctors and surgeons. Some of the things inside this scenario were directly lifted from exhibits that I saw in the Hunterian Museum. The rooster that had been bisected in half and had human teeth put into its comb, that thing's real. I've seen it. The story of the giant's body that was supposed to be put out to sea and was instead brought back and put on display. That thing's real. I've seen it, and that's an awful story. So just straight up lifted and put it in here. So this was my attempt to make a fog-shrouded grave robber Frankenstein sort of horror movie of an incursion and just stuff it full of all sorts of gross body stuff.
Awesome. If you're watching now or later and you have questions about the system, the adventure, any of that kind of stuff, drop it down in the chat. If we don't get you an answer live, we'll try to get you an answer dead.
Reanimated.
Let's pop around and hear from our other players. Mark, why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, and what it was like to play Die Grave Robber Die?
Yeah, I'm Mark Major. I design games, play games, run games, teach all sorts of stuff. I'm on the internet everywhere at my last name, Majcher, except on Twitch, it's M Major. Had a great time here. I've played a lot of Trophy Dark this year, especially, and this was even like going out in Ring 2, earliest I've seen go out in quite some time. But still a great time just to be able to throw stuff in and just be a part of the whole thing. Questions. You do a lot of stuff. Do you have anything cooking right now?
I've been working on heist scenarios for Planet Raygun, which is a game that's currently in development from Mike Martins, who is the brilliant game designer behind Sunken and the recent Wassailing of Klaus Manor, which just finished up its Kickstarter with assistance from +1 EXP. So that is now available. The Wassailing of Klaus Manor is now available on DriveThruRPG. You can look that up. I contributed to that. I wrote the various trouble tracks for the members of the family, as well as all of the locations. But it was Mike Martin's game design. He came up with all the mechanics. So Planet Raygun is also Mike's game. So it's been a lot of fun to continue to work with him and try and find ways of adapting some of the Brindlewood style game mechanics, but turn them into Ocean's 11 style heists.
Yeah,
and I've been having a ball writing complete gonzo sci-fi scenarios to go with it. The first scenario that I wrote involves trying to steal something out of the passenger seat of one of the world's most dangerous space skiff racers in the middle of a space race that's going around a giant sun that is in the shape of a skull. So just trying to go as big and crazy as possible.
Keegan, any questions from the chat?
Yeah, Dan Sylvania in the chat says the people in the chat are saying they want to know what Michael's working on next.
then they say, "Oh, delay. Ignore the people in the chat. So, I also love that because I feel like Mike may have just wanted you to talk about how cool your adventures for Planet Raygun are going to be.
Yeah, I'm going to be cashing the check after this stream is over.
Yeah, and so I'm super excited about Planet Raygun. I feel like like I'm a big Car from Murderwood fan, period. But the way that Mike leans that up and bringing in your writing is something I'm always a huge fan of. So very, very excited to see play it on stream eventually, but also see it get birthed into existence from the crew over at the Gauntlet also too. So super excited about that. Anything else you got cooking, or is that your big focus right now?
That's kind of the next big thing that I'm focusing on right now, is trying to write some more heists.
You don't want to talk about Devil Aim Even Higher?
I have been kicking around some ideas for a sequel for Devil Aim for Me, but there's a couple story things that I'm kind of stuck on. So yeah,
Devil
not
for You coming in 2025. Heard it here first.
So yeah, get those pre-orders in.
Yeah. Awesome. I had an absolute blast playing.
Oh, you had a blast?
I did. Is that okay? Are you calling me out for the thing I say all the time?
Yeah.
I had an absolute blast playing the game. Knew I would. And again, it's one of those things where even when we had something in print, it's that kind of steady line between how much of this do I read so that I can know it's good, and how much of it do I not, so that I can get a chance to play it kind of fresh. And so I've read large sections of Die Grave Robber Die. I have watched you run it at Big Bad Con. I have enjoyed every single part of that. It was super fun to get a chance to sit down and actually play it. I do want to talk a little bit about the way that you do conditions in your games, because I do feel like, again, lots of times conditions in Trophy Dark are a lot like skills, right? They're kind of left open narratively. There's something there for the GM to press on. They can get worse if left unattended. That's, it's a great way to kind of double down on an already established narrative things, but you really build them out in a little bit more of a robust way than pretty much any other person whose work I've read, I feel like. Can you talk to me about a little bit about how that evolved and what kind of your thought process is behind that? And like, people didn't actually necessarily, like, people saw it advancing, but each one of them, there's multiple, and they all kind of have a track that can advance. So tell us a little bit about what it looks like behind the scenes.
Sure. A lot of that, I think, was just a natural evolution of what came from people trying to wrap their heads around the mechanics of Trophy Dark. When a number of my peers were starting to play it, first off, we weren't always clear on, we had lists of conditions that could be applied. And so every time Ruin went up, some of us were kind of beginner GMs too. And we just like pick a different one off the list each time. And we're just creating these weird amalgamations of conditions on the same character, and they don't always feel like they work thematically. So my thinking, as it turns out, we were probably just supposed to pick one and then figure out how to make it worse as we went on. So my thinking came out of misapplication of the game and trying to help people like myself who would have been less confident GMs at the time. I thought, okay, if a condition is supposed to get applied at a certain point and then get worse, then if I was a beginning GM who didn't trust myself to be able to keep tiering it up, where every time the number went up, could I come up with a worse thing? Or would I be confident enough to ask the table, hey guys, what's a worse way for this condition to appear going forward, as opposed to just, keeping it at an even keel. So I wanted to build a function that would help a beginner GM. So all they have to do is just read it. And so in my head, I tried to figure out roughly how many tiers would you need if most people were probably going to start with a couple rituals. So if everybody is starting at, Ruin 2 or Ruin 3, how many of these escalations do I need to write for each condition? I would pick what felt like an interesting way to force somebody to roleplay their character, and then build clear. I would come up with a narrative arc that would be followed. So each one is a plain step worse, and I tried to also make it clear how to roleplay it. So first is the description, and then here's how it's going to change your behavior, or how it's going to change the behavior of those around you. You are dying, right, was one of them. And then it's, you are now emitting a terrible smell. Other people will not want to be near you, So that's an instruction to everybody else at the table. Role play this around the character. Don't get into small spaces with them. Remark on the smell. They can't be stealthy. And then in the next one, it was like, you're leaking fluids. You're easy to track, which meant that could have been a story seed. And it goes on until you're just like rigor mortis is setting in and you can't move. Because at some point, the condition is supposed to lead to Ruin 6, where you're unplayable. So I just sort of painted that arc for each one. So it was all just an attempt to help beginner GMs like I was at the time that I was starting out.
Love it. Rando in the chat, Dan Sylvania says, what does Michael think is the most important thing to keep in mind when writing a Trophy Dark style incursion?
That's a great question, Rando in the chat. Do we want to reveal who he is?
I mean, the weirdest thing here is they, could be talking about themselves also too. They could just be talking in the third person. What is Michael? Yeah, it's Mike Martins, creator of the Wassalian of Claws and Manor,
Planet Raygun,
good friend and regular harasser of multiple people here on stream.
So, what do I think is important to keep in mind when writing a Trophy Dark incursion? For one thing, I think keep in mind that Jesse, the creator of Trophy Dark, did a great job of setting out what he thought the structure of the rings should do narratively. And so there are templates around. I built one for myself. I share it all the time with new writers that say, here is what should be happening in broad strokes in Ring 1. And then I tend to start with an idea of like, what are going to be the key action moments I want people to experience in each ring that match the thematic beat that is supposed to be hit by that ring. And I also think it's important to put something at the end of the incursion that is super valuable, but there's not enough of it to go around, so that you are building in that player betrayal and competition early on. Trophy Dark is play to lose, but it is also specifically with its reduction role. It has built in that at some point you should start betraying other people at the table. That's not a comfortable thing for everybody to do. Like, you sat down with your friends and you all kind of want to win, even if you're playing to lose. So some people have a hard time transitioning to the idea that, okay, at this point now I should be sabotaging my friend's character, who honestly I was kind of hoping they could win too. I think the one of the best things you can do to help out players when you're writing an incursion is, as much as possible, signpost why not everybody can win, why it has to come down to one person, so that it is easier to steer the players into those one-on-one competition roles. Because you're going to be fighting against their own goodwill and their own friendship in order to help them have a good time by being mean and do it in the safest way possible.
Awesome. Love it. And again, having watched you play, having read the work you do, I do think it is one of the things that you are very good at drawing players out into that conflict. And I will say this, like, because you also did a really admirable job. We went fast through this. Like, you showed us a lot, and I would say, if anybody who's watching this was Diegrave Robber Die on friendly GM who wants to move forward mode. There's a lot more to poke at.
Yeah. We skipped a lot of content.
Yeah. There's a lot more there. So anybody who's like, that was quick, we went fast. But I've watched you like set up a table and then sit back and just watch the players interact, talk with, and have conversation with each other about where their characters are in tension for 10 or 15 minutes, and then reassert yourself. Like, you might ask a question or two along the way to be a part of it, but like you're very good about letting the players own that spotlight and then being able to take it back as a GM. And I think that also comes across in your writing style also too, of giving the GM the tools to do that, and the setup where that can happen really naturally at a table also too.
Yeah. So, again, this came out of the fact that I came from a writing background primarily. And so it took a change of writing style to adapt to role-playing games. It was one of the most exciting thing about learning to write RPG scenarios for me, is realizing I don't control everything. I might have ideas for the narrative, and I might be, it'd be killer to have this beat here, and then it could flow into this. And that is it turns out that approach, which is great for writing a short story, antithetical to role playing, because you cannot control what the players are going to contribute, and you never know if they're going to meet your final cool story beat. And if you did get them there, it's because you were railroading, which is not fun as a player. The entire reason players are at the table is to bring their own contributions. And so I struggle with that myself. And I think that's why when I write things, I try and write them both for a non-confident GM. I try and write enough things to give a setup, like here's the important thing that's happening, here's where the tension is coming from. And then I love to include leading questions to just ask the players, and the GM can read them straight off the page and then improvise based on the responses. I also really like setting questions in pairs that are traps, where we learn about a character and then we undercut that understanding of the character with the next question, if that's at all possible. Those are not easy to write, but I think they're really fun when they work. For example, when we were building the Beloved in Ring 1, there's a question about, like, when the Beloved was dying, what got you the level of trust to be there in the room where they were dying? And so you tell this beautiful story of, I had this personal connection with the Beloved, I was a family friend, whatever. And then the next question we ask is, what did you steal from them?
Yeah.
Because I also have it in the back of my mind that for Trophy Dark in particular, your characters are, at their heart, treasure hunters, which means at their heart, they are not good people. They're not getting into this adventure for the best motives. They want treasure, whatever it is at the end of it. And I feel like the earlier you can invite your players to make their characters worse people, the more enthusiastic they will be about getting their terrible characters into trouble. You have to break the natural bond between them and their character to give that narrative distance so that they feel okay playing to lose and getting that character into trouble.
Awesome. We got another character question from chat. We'll get to that right after we hear from Keegan. Keegan, tell people all the things and what it was like to play Die Grave Robber Die.
Yeah, hi, I'm Keegan. Playing this was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. I don't have
it was a
anything.
blast?
I
Was it a
won't
blast?
say it's a blast because Tony gets on me for saying it's a blast. Tony's
say it's a
constantly
blast.
shit talking me for saying every game I play.
Keegan
is a
brings
blast.
up that I'm constantly shit talking them, even though I'm not. And so
Constantly. 100%
one time
of
I
the
was
time.
like, Keegan doesn't usually have any questions. Let's start with him. Do you have any questions, Keegan?
No, for a question from the chat though is how do I write weirder and funnier characters?
And that comes from Mr. Trollhands, also totally unknown individual.
Right. We'll let them keep their anonymity. How do you write weird characters?
And funnier.
I don't think I can teach anyone to be funny, but I can teach you how to be weirder. And that is, whatever your first idea is, throw it out. Because the first idea that comes to you is going to be based on a trope or something you've previously seen, which means it is out there in the culture to such an extent that it is now familiar and therefore expected. So in order to get to weird, you have to push yourself past your first idea, no matter how much you like your first idea. An easy way to do that is amplify, exaggerate some of the attributes from your first idea, blend it with something else, try and pick something completely unrelated and incorporate it. So if you were, let's say, trying to create the patriarch of a family that just lost a body, how do you make them weird? Well, your first thought might be they should probably be old and rich, I guess. Sure. How do you make them weird? What if we add in some animalistic attributes? I ended up deciding that this guy, because he was facing Mark's character, who Mark established he had blood on his outfit. I'm like, what if we make, instead of a refined leader of a family, what if he can smell the blood and chemicals on Mark? And what if instead of trying to invite him in like a friendly character saying, I will pay you money to do me this good thing, what if he's antagonistic and starts saying that Mark's character has dead eyes as a way of charming them? Like, I admire your dead eyes. So, yeah, it's the sort of thing that you really just have to practice to do it. But step one is always don't stop with your first thought. Your first thought is too easy. Like, anybody can write first thoughts.
Love it. We've got from the chat also, if the players were to play again, what would their next characters be?
Great question.
It's a great question. I really loved the combination I picked. I did go back and forth between rat catcher and artificer. Oh no, wait, no, we've just got a whole bunch of others.
Yeah, it was like,
That's
unfortunately, now we have all the backgrounds and
all the
occupations.
backgrounds mixed in.
I think I
but
can
I
turn
mean-
those off again.
I think the honest answer to this question is that, like, you know, with Trophy, that the characters are sort of figured out in play anyway. I think it's hard to. Here's another interesting occupation and background is, I guess, what this is, but
Yeah.
I pretty much every time I play Trophy Dark or Gold, just roll on the D66 table and take whatever wacky combination comes up and just make it work. As
Yeah.
always, the most fun.
I would have been an artificer, errant knight is what I would have been. I do love the bare knuckle brawler thrown into this scenario
Mhm,
also too, because it does
Yeah.
feel like very
Yeah,
That
I
was
almost
gonna
went
be
with that
the-
one.
kind of out of place. And then the other, I love him. Hemophiliac tattoo artist is very good also too. Unreliable lamplighter is just such a delightfully like evocative thing, but I don't even know how to pronounce
Anatomic.
anatomic
Anosmic.
Hmm.
privy shoveler.
So here's another secret for when you're writing backgrounds for Trophy Dark. Ideally, it comes adjective noun, and the adjective tells you why it's not this person's job anymore, why they were a failure at it and moved on to their current occupation. That's not always true, but I find that it's very satisfying to push yourself as a writer to try and make them. It's like crafting a perfect little joke. What's the job that's appropriate? Why weren't they any good at it?
I just did a bunch of 0 level backgrounds for Down We Go, and there was a level at which it was like sometimes you write something and you're like, this is just a job. Like writing Mason is like not particularly fun. And even if like they were really good at a certain part of being a Mason, trying to figure out like why they are not, or what more can you say about the type of Mason they were that is either contrary to what you would expect or just out of the ordinary. So it's not just a plain, oh, you were this, oh, you were that, oh, you were the other thing. It's more than just starting gear. There's also a lot more of a role playing hook at that point in time. But I do love this is explicitly why it's failed. Like they failed at this. And so
As much as possible. Yeah.
Became a failure.
So the anosmic privy shoveler, this is one that I kind of failed because the actual term for the job was gong farmer, which I think is one word. So it would have fit the structure. But I got cowardly and felt that giving people 2 vocabulary words they didn't know was too much. So at least privy shoveler, I hope people would recognize this is somebody who removes human waste from a toilet and carries it off for resale or gardening or whatever. And anosmic is your vocabulary word of the day. It means someone who can't smell, which made them perfectly suited for that job.
What are role-playing games for, if not for learning new
That's right.
vocabulary?
I did keep Gong Farmer in our 0, and I didn't give it an adjective. I'm like, because it's just one of those things where you are like,
It's such a delight when you find out what it is.
Yeah.
You're sending people to go learn something fun.
And so, no, I think they're super fun, and it's also fun to look at them in combination because a part of me was like, was I a privy shoveler who has now graduated to being a rat catcher? Like, have I worked my way up enough in the world to become a rat catcher? Which are Gong Farmer / Privy Shoveler and Rat Catcher are also 2 of like, especially in the British old school systems, are 2 of the most quintessential like classic backgrounds that you could pick up for a character. So it also is, there's some super fun like root in there to kind of like nods towards old school play that I think Trophy is just so well known for. Yeah. But the way you've like worked them into this is also super enjoyable. So, Michael, if you had to remove one skill from the game, would it be performance? And if not, why?
Yeah, performance was a huge misstep in hindsight. No, I thought it was a lot of fun, honestly, because that's one of the enjoyable creative mini games of Trophy Dark is how can I twist my tiny little list of skills, which are specifically chosen because there are multiple ways to read them or apply them. And how can I say, this is how I'm addressing the problem?
Mhm.
And yeah, performance is wide, but by the same token, there are a lot of them that could be applied to every situation. And I think it's just,
you can incarnate anything you want to. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
well, like the bare knuckle brawler gets stamina, and so you could always just say, well, I just
Pretty much
keep doing
anything.
it until I win. But I think that then the keeper's job is to really push the player to outline what makes this one different. And there's always going to be enough difference in what the fail condition is, what the devil's bargains are, that honestly, like one light die, giving it for the skill, it doesn't matter. Big picture, just if they can do it, let them have it.
Yeah. Love it. If Tony liked the vibes of this game, what media touchstone should he read or watch? I feel like you already hit that in some of the design principle stuff, and so
Yeah.
maybe Mike could pay attention next time.
Go visit the
Wow.
Hunterian Museum in London if it's
Mhm.
open again. That's a good time. Go read about Burke and Hare, the grave robbers in Scotland. There's been a couple film adaptations about them, some books. I read a great book, I think it's called The Butchering Art, about the early days of surgery and germ theory, which was fantastic. And yeah, go watch some of Roger Corman's Poe films, like the old Vincent Price stuff,
Yeah.
just for vibes. A lot of fun.
I'm trying to figure out. I know a bunch of people we're pulling to an end. I'm trying to figure out. We are really bad about doing raids, and so I'm trying to figure out a channel we can raid, because everybody who wanted to play tonight who couldn't play was like, I'm already streaming
Playing
on
something
another
else.
channel.
So they're out there somewhere. We should crash their party.
Yeah, we're gonna go trash their party. We are. Diversity Saves is live right now, which actually is the one we should probably be rating anyways, because it's the charity stream Chaotic is doing. And so we'll hop over there in just 1 second. We've got a bunch of great streams coming up over the next little bit. If you have not had a chance to yet, head over to rpgzine.club, get signed up this month. You can also just pre-order this as a standalone if you're like, I just want this. I don't know that I want to sign up for getting cool games every single month, transforming the way that publication happens, and helping uplift 24 plus different emerging creators every single year. If you're not into that, that's fine. You can just go get a cool game over at +1exp.com. But if that sounds like your jam, you should head over specifically on the Plus One side to RPG Zine Club. You can go straight there at rpgzine.club. We have a lot of great streams coming up over the next little bit. Sarah is going to try to run the Resaling of Claus Manor for us as a Christmas stream at some point. I am going to run my Christmas game that I wrote that is much less complex, called the Santa Side Squad. It's one part Italian Job, one part Suicide Squad, one part Rankin Bass Christmas film. So
I played that last year.
sounds,
Super
if
recommend.
that sounds good to you, come on back for those. We have also a bunch of other games we're going to be playing over the next little bit. All of our Zine Club offerings, along with Tomb of 1,000 Doors, which is a Mouse Ritter mega dungeon. We've got a couple streams coming up for that we are going to be kickstarting with Manadon Studios in January. We have just tons of amazing things that are going to be happening here over the next little bit at Plus One. At some point, we're going to get on and tell you all about them, but not tonight. You can follow.
I will say, the next actual thing scheduled on the calendar I'm looking at right now is we'll be back on the 20th with Wild Sea at 7.
I'm super excited about Wild Sea at 7, because that one we have tried to book like 4 times, and then Keegan and Sarah took over, and it's actually going to happen now.
Imagine that.
And so, but we don't have time to go into everything. You can follow us at +1exp across all social media platforms. And we've never figured out a good way to end streams. And at this point, we're not interested in trying. We're just going to wave at the channel until I kick us over to raid Diversity Saves, and then take us off air. I think. I don't know. I'm very bad at this. Here's
1 sec. I can raid.
Oh, I can do it all. I've got it set up right now.
Oh, cool. You already have it. I was like, do you not know how to do it?
I mean, I generally, it's 9, 8, 7. It's slow. This is weird. I'm taking us off now, but stick around.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
that we will do. And God bless you and keep you from all that we Here we come, among the leaves so Here we come, so frightening to be come and to you your wassail too. And God bless you and keep you from all that we will do. And God bless you and keep you from all that we that we will do. And God bless you and keep you from all that we that we will do. And God bless you and keep you from all that we Here we come, our wassailing. Among the leaves so brown, here we come, frightening to be come to you, and to you your wassel too. And God bless you and keep you from all that we will do. And God bless you and keep you from all that we Here we come, our wassailing. Among the leaves so Here we come, frightening to be come to and to you your wassel too. And God bless you and keep you from all that we will do. And God bless you and keep you from all that we that we will do. And God bless you and keep you from all that we will do. that we will do. And God bless you and keep you from all that we keep you from all that we that we